Time now for the first race of the day, the test race for the PR1 women's single sculls. Lining up at the start, we have Norway, Germany 1, France, Germany 2 and Ukraine.
Proszę Państwa, przed nami pierwszy start dzisiejszego dnia. Na torze pierwszym Norwegia, na torze drugim Niemcy, na torze trzecim Francja, na torze czwartym Niemcy i na torze piątym Ukraina.
Lane 1, representing Norway, Birgit Skarstein. Lane 2, representing Germany, Sylvia Pille-Steppart. Lane 3, representing France, Nathalie Benoit. Lane 4, representing Germany, Manuela Diening. And lane 5, representing Ukraine, Anna Sheremet.
Norway, Germany 1, France, Germany 2, Ukraine, attention.
There goes the buzzer. We're underway with day 2 of racing here at World Rowing Cup 2 Poznan. It looks like a rapid start for Anna Sheremet of Ukraine. Looks to be really pushing up, trying to contest the lead alongside Nathalie Benoit for France. A very, very good start for those two athletes. Already perhaps half a length ahead of the rest of the field. Very, very quick stuff with the hands there for Sheremet of Ukraine. I think looking to try and set herself up for this 2K course that these PR1 women's single sculls will contest all the way down the course. She's at 39 strokes a minute, but Benoit at 40. And the field not too spread out just yet. So we'll see how they establish that race rhythm through this first couple of hundred meters.
I proszę Państwa, wystartował pierwszy wyścig drugiego dnia Pucharu Świata w Poznaniu w konkurencji PR1 jedynki kobiet. Proszę Państwa, mocny start w wykonaniu Ukrainki płynącej na torze piątym, jednak 400-500 metrów i na prowadzeniu Nathalie Benoit z Francji płynąca na torze trzecim. Płynie tempem 38-39 pociągnięć na minutę i w tej chwili 4-5 metrów przewagi, jednak warto zwrócić, że Ukrainka, ona cały czas trzyma się mocno, czy zaatakuje w tej długiej części wyścigu o to, żeby wysunąć się na pierwsze miejsce i tym samym wywalczyć możliwość wyboru toru w biegu finałowym.
Well, today we're going to find out how the winter training program for these PR1 women has paid off, because the last time most of these athletes faced each other was at the Paralympics in Tokyo last year. So they haven't had an opportunity to race it out. And these 5 athletes, well, 4 of these 5 athletes were in that Paralympic A final, with the exception of they're now joined by Manuela Diening for Germany, replacing Moran Samuel of Israel, who was the silver medalist at that Paralympic Games last year. So I think we're going to find out today just how their winter training program has paid off or not through the course of the season. But they're coming up through 400 meters in already, and we can see from our live race tracker that Birgit Skarstein has now found her pace, underrating the rest of the field quite significantly, down at 30 strokes a minute. She wasn't the quickest out of the blocks, but is now moving up through the field. Sheremet still level alongside her, though. So this is the picture as they come through 250, almost dead level. Skarstein and Sheremet, but they've only got half a length up on Benoit, who then has half a length on Pille-Steppart of Germany, and then a length behind them we find Diening for Germany too. So that's the positions through the first 500 meters, in fact, as they're really setting up this race rhythm and looking to establish that positioning in this optional test race, which will give them an opportunity to select lanes for the A final. Because as we've said before, all of these crews will progress through to the A final, which we'll see on Sunday.
Proszę Państwa, 500 metrów tego wyścigu już za nami i tutaj na prowadzeniu Ukrainka z czasem 2 minuty 26 sekund pokonała te pierwsze metrów. Jednak proszę Państwa, kolejne metry i wydaje się, że w tym momencie to Norweżka jest na pierwszym miejscu, minimalnie z przodu. Płynie też z większą prędkością 12,5 metra na sekundę, 12,7 i w tej chwili powiększa z każdym kolejnym chwytem swoją przewagę nad Ukrainką. Także 700 metrów tego wyścigu już za nami. Na pierwszym miejscu Norweżka, na drugim Ukrainka, na trzecim miejscu francuska Nathalie Benoit. Jednak ta strata do prowadzącej Norweżki Ukrainki powiększa się z każdą chwilą.
Well, these athletes now progressing through towards 800 meters down. We've got our all-star commentary team out there in the middle of the lake, ready to bring us all of the action from right alongside it as it happens. So at the 1,000 meters, we've got Robert Trahan-Jones and Tomek Kucharski. Robert, beautiful weather here.
Isn't it fantastic, Pete? Yes, good morning worldwide to this first race of the day. PR1 women's single sculls, as we've been hearing so far, and of course it is the multiple world and Paralympic champion, Birgit Skarstein of Norway, leading the field, unbeaten for the last 5 years since she burst onto the world rowing scene, and I've had the pleasure of commentating on so very many of her races. A classic start for the Norwegian, bided her time, came through the field, but only hanging on by the narrowest possible margin ahead of Anna Sheremet, the 21-year-old Ukrainian athlete who just missed out on a medal at the Paralympics last year in Tokyo, and these two scullers with a clear lead over the rest of the field. Always difficult to pace yourself in a race like this, the test race where everybody will go through to the A final. Will we see these scullers overextending themselves, or will they be simply biding their time until it really matters in the A final itself? But through the halfway mark, Skarstein leading Sheremet.
Na 1000 metrów prowadzi mistrzyni paralimpijska z Norwegii, tuż za nią nie odpuszcza i bardzo mocno walczy zawodniczka z Ukrainy i będzie bardzo mocno widać do końca walczyła o prym w tym biegu.
Skarstein still at 31 strokes a minute, underrating Sheremet by a couple of pips. I've got Sheremet at 33 strokes a minute at the moment. Good to see Germany boating two athletes. Of course, the veteran Pille Steppert, 54 years of age, the senior in years of the five scullers taking part in this test race for the women's single sculls. Manuela Diening, the relatively inexperienced sculler, just 30 years of age. We haven't seen her take part in any World Championships previously, but a couple of World Cup experiences. But she's right up there on the heels of the field, and no doubt the German selectors will have a thing to do about that as the season progresses. So the field now moving down and coming within sight of Colleen at 1,500.
Good morning. Indeed, they're coming then toward where we're positioned at the 500-meter mark, and it continues to be the Norwegian sculler Birgit Skarstein holding on to that advantage. A great push from Anja Sheremet of Ukraine, especially in that second quarter, saw her start to challenge the Norwegian and a little bit through the third quarter. But Birgit Skarstein able to hold on to that advantage now with clear water as they approach the 500 down. So as mentioned, this is a test race that will determine lane positionings in the next round. Certainly an opportunity for these athletes to come out, to test their race strategies, to see, as Pete mentioned, how the winter training has fared for them. And it's looking really good at the moment for Birgit Skarstein of Norway.
Norweżka Birgit Skarstein, niepokonana od wielu lat tutaj na torach regotowych, pewnie prowadzi w tym wyścigu. Duża przewaga. Norweżka pochodząca z małej miejscowości Levargen, Norwegii. I tutaj pięknie wiosłuje, stara się utrzymać swoje tempo, ale tutaj musi bardzo uważać na młodą Ukrainkę Anię Sheremet, która płynie bardzo blisko nas. Blondwłosa Ukrainka w niebieskiej czapeczce. Tutaj stara się dotrzymywać kroku i tam dalej kolejne zawodniczki. Jest Manuela Diening z Minster, także dobrze pływająca tutaj na trzeciej pozycji, później francuska Nathalie Benoit oraz druga z Niemek Sylwia Pille Steppert.
So they're through the 500 meter, that 1500 down, 500 to go. As mentioned, Birgit Skarstein out with that advantage, holding the lead. Ukraine running second. Anya Shuramet finished fourth as one of the youngest contestants in Tokyo in this category. So improving every race. Certainly seeing that here. Then it's over to Germany out of lane 4. So Germany 2. And back to Germany 1, and those are the 5 contestants through the 500. So, Pete, they're coming towards you. 500 meters to go. It's been really good for Norway, for Birgit Skarstein, this whole way down, leading at each meter mark and looking like she'll have a great finish to this test race.
Yeah, she started to wind it up as well, Colleen. She did the whole first 1,800 meters of this race at 30 strokes a minute. She's gone up a couple of pips, 32, 33 now. So she's got something left in the tank. A very, very consistent race from Birgit, just holding out ahead of Sheramet by a convincing margin here. Sheramet, as we heard, was 4th place at the Paralympic Games last year. So she'll be pretty pleased to now be holding a comfortable 2nd place coming to the closing stages of this test race. And as we know, they'll all be going through to the A final regardless. But this is their opportunity just to size each other up a little bit before that A final on Sunday.
Proszę Państwa, kończy się pierwszy wyścig dzisiejszego dnia, drugiego dnia Pucharu Świata i tutaj bezkonkurencyjna Norweżka płynąca na torze pierwszym, która już w tej chwili jeszcze 100-150 metrów do końca i wygra pierwszy wyścig dzisiejszego dnia. Przypomnę, że jest to wyścig testowy, który pozwoli jej wybrać sobie tor w finale A i też zobaczyć, z jaką predyspozycją przyjechały konkurentki do Poznania. Proszę Państwa, ostatnie 50 metrów i Norweżka zwyciężczynią pierwszego biegu w Pucharze Świata.
Skarstein crosses the line at 34 strokes a minute, just really flexing the muscles, having a good spin up here. Well, she'll have tomorrow off before the A final on Sunday. So Birgit Skarstein wins this test race for Norway ahead of Anna Sheramet in 2nd, with 2 lengths of clear water up on Manuela Diening for Germany, who has half a length of clear water ahead of Benoit for France in 4th, and then a length back we have Pille Steppart for Germany in 5th. Well, those were the results for the PR1 women's single scull, but the PR1 men's single sculls has already started, where we've got a lineup here. For Italy, we've got Giacomo Perini, and then in lane 2, Markus Klemp for Germany. Lane 3, Arkadiusz Skuszepinski for Poland 2 in lane 3. Petr Zsolt for Hungary in 4. Michal Breczko for Poland 1 in lane 5. And completing the field for Australia in lane 6, Eric Horry.
Proszę Państwa, kolejny wyścig PR1 mężczyzn w kategorii jedynek już w torze i tutaj pierwsze polskie emocje drugiego dnia Pucharu Świata. Na torze pierwszym reprezentant Włoch, na torze drugim reprezentant Niemiec, na torze trzecim Arkadiusz Skrzypiński Polska, na torze czwartym reprezentant Węgier, na torze piątym Michał Breczko Polska i na torze szóstym reprezentant Austrii.
Well, just before we catch up with the latest action for the PR1 men's single sculls, I can tell you that the result from that PR1 women's single is a new world best time set in a test race here, the first outing on the water for Birgit Skarstein. She's just set that new world best time of 9 minutes 50.39, significantly beating her previous world best time that she set in Plovdiv back in 2018 that stood at 10:13. So she's, I believe, going to therefore be the first PR1 women's single sculler to go sub 10 minutes, and by quite a margin as well, 10 seconds at that. So a very impressive race for her, and really setting the marker down for what we can expect in the A final later this weekend. But now let's catch up with the PR1 men's single that's coming up through 500 meters now. We can see that out in front, it's Perini for Italy, up there at 40 strokes a minute. So a very, very fast rate of striking for Perini, holding out ahead of Eric Horry. Not by much, though. It's about a length as they go through 500. Horry, a very, very different style of racing there, down at 32 strokes a minute. We've then got Klemp alongside Petto, and then a little bit behind them, the 2 Polish athletes, Skuszepinski and Breko.
Proszę Państwa, wróćmy jeszcze na chwilę do poprzedniego wyścigu, gdzie Norweżka Birgit Skarstein ustanowiła nowy, najlepszy czas, nowy rekord świata, 9 minut 50 metrów, 9 minut 50 sekund. Tym samym pokonując swój poprzedni czas o kolejne sekundy. A teraz PR1 mężczyzn, proszę Państwa, i tutaj dwóch Polaków w tym wyścigu. W tej chwili na prowadzeniu reprezentant Włoch, tuż za nim reprezentant Australii. Proszę Państwa, Polacy w tej chwili na 3. i 5. miejscu, jednak do końca wyścigu jeszcze 1200 metrów. Tutaj wiele może się wydarzyć. Wciąż na prowadzeniu Włoch, jego jednak przewaga nie jest duża, niecałe 10 metrów. Z kolei na miejscu 3. reprezentant Niemiec traci już prawie 100 metrów do prowadzącej dwójki. Czy tutaj jeszcze coś wydarzy się w tym biegu? Przypominam, że jest to wyścig testowy i całą szóstkę tych zawodników zobaczymy także w finale A.
Well, this race now passing through 800, and Robert, it's a very different style of sculling we're seeing from the Italian versus the Aussie.
Yes, Pete, I think it's the old contrast, isn't it, between stabbing and sweeping, as we say in this PR1 classification. A higher rate, shorter stroke from the new Italian against the longer stroke at the lower rate from the Australian, and the contrast in style very much reflected as they come through the halfway mark. And this stabbing style seems to be working in the Italians' favour. Or is it because Perini is facing his first international competition and he really is blitzing it here? He's got the measure of Horry. Or are we going to see the Australian come back into his own when it really counts in the A final later in this regatta? Because let's face it, Horry, Paralympic silver medalist, multiple world champion. I suspect he's simply biding his time, getting the measure, letting the young Italian lead, and then seeing what happens in the final itself. Italy leading Australia then.
W połowie dystansu prowadzi zdecydowanie Włoch z toru pierwszego. Zaraz za nim Australijczyk i to jest srebrny medalista z Igrzysk Olimpijskich w Tokio, zwycięzca również zawodów w Pucharu Świata w Belgradzie. Mają ogromną przewagę nad pozostałymi zawodnikami, pewnie zmierzając do mety.
Marcus Klemp, the only other of these athletes to take part in the Paralympics, just coming through the halfway mark. So the tail end of this field really getting quite spread out as Italy and Australia still maintain that pace, with the Italian at 36 strokes a minute, so many pips higher than the relatively relaxed rate setting by Horry, who's just gone up from 30 to 31. But it's still Perini with the boat speed as the head of the field moves through to 1500.
Perini going off at about 43, 44 strokes per minute, and now settling at about 36 strokes per minute, with the Aussie still down around 31. The Italian continuing to hold that lead that we saw through the 500 down, through the halfway point, and he's carrying with him now as he approaches 1500 down and the last 5 to go. So keeping the striking rate high, using that energy, that momentum, and carrying it through the body of the race now into the last stretch. He's just coming by where we're positioned, and it's looking really good for this young Italian.
Na prowadzeniu czerwono-biało-zielone wiosła włoskiego zawodnika Giacomo Periniego. On teraz mija dystans 1500 metrów, błękitna koszulka. Teraz spojrzał na lewo, gdzie są jego rywale, gdzie jest drugi zawodnik ostatnich Igrzysk Olimpijskich, Australijczyk Eric Horry. On spokojnie płynie, tak jakby ten wyścig nie był dla niego najważniejszy. Spokojne tempo, a nasi zawodnicy Arkadiusz Skrzypiński, Michał Breczko, reprezentanci startu Szczecin, prowadzeni przez pana trenera Tomasza Kaźmierczaka, no troszeczkę z tyłu, bliżej nas zdecydowanie płynie jednak Markus Klemp, zawodnik Republiki Federalnej Niemiec na 3. pozycji, Polacy daleko z tyłu, ale to chyba w tej chwili nie najważniejsze. Oni chyba testują tutaj swoje możliwości i dopiero w tym decydującym wyścigu pokażą swoje możliwości.
Italy continuing to lead. Eric Horry of Australia holding on to that second place position. The 42-year-old, as mentioned, loads of experience. So may, in this test race, just be holding back a bit for the A final. We'll have to wait and see. His long stroke, especially that back half of the stroke, really pushing him out. And he's holding on comfortable at now just 29 strokes per minute. So Italy leading. It's Eric Horry running second. Markus Klempt of Germany now in third, just moving through that 500-meter mark. Then it's over to Hungary out of lane 4. That is Zsolt Peto coming through the line, and then back over on the far side, just moving through out of lane 3, the Polish sculler, Szkapinski. So moving through the 500, now closing in on the final 250. Pete, I'm sure that you can see Giacomo Perini now gearing up for that last stretch. Has he brought the stroke rate up at all?
Yeah, he certainly has. He's popped back up to 38, 39 strokes a minute. He had almost wound down towards the finish. He was, for him, certainly based on the first half of the race, having been up at 39, him, it was almost a sedentary 32, 33 for the last few hundred meters, but he's wound up to a big sprint finish here and extending that margin ahead of Eric Horry. I can't see the positions changing whatsoever into this last 50. I think these positions will see who picks their lane selection for the A final on Sunday.
Proszę Państwa, i kończy się drugi wyścig podczas Pucharu Świata. Tutaj na prowadzeniu niesamowity Włoch Giacomo Perini, który zainwestował dużo sił w pierwszą część wyścigu, gdzie płynął z tempem 34-35, po to tylko, aby wyrobić sobie niesamowicie dużą przewagę i ten wyścig skończyć już spokojnie tempem 28-29 i tym samym cieszyć się zwycięstwem i możliwością wyboru toru podczas finału. A na drugim miejscu reprezentant Australii, który właśnie teraz minął linię mety. Na trzecim miejscu do końca tego wyścigu zbliża się reprezentant Niemiec. Z kolei Polacy trochę w tyle, natomiast jest to tylko wyścig testowy w finale, a dużo jeszcze może się zmienić.
Well, it's a fast morning here in Poznan, folks. We have a new world best time. That means that Giacomo Perini for Italy has just set an 8:55.21, the first man in a PR1 single scull to go sub 9 minutes. The previous world best time set by Roman Polyansky of Ukraine back at the World Championships in Linz-Ottenheim in 2019, where he set a 9:12.99. So Giacomo Perini establishes himself in the record books here on day 2 of racing at the World Rowing Cup 2 Poznan. Exciting stuff. Perini taking the win in this test race ahead of Eric Horry. Third place then, Markus Klemp for Germany, just crossing the line with a comfortable margin ahead of Hungary's Peto Zsolt coming in for fourth place. We then look a little bit further back and we see Arkadiusz Szkapinski for Poland ahead of Michał Breczko, also of Poland, taking the small places in this race. But being a test race, we'll see them all again in that A final that we can look forward to on Sunday morning at 10:20. So they have a day off tomorrow before we'll see them race the full 2K course again, this time for medals on Sunday.
Proszę Państwa, i mamy rekord świata Giacomo Perini 8,55 w konkurencji PR1 mężczyzn, jedynek mężczyzn. Proszę Państwa, na mety dopływa w tej chwili płynący na torze trzecim Arkadiusz Szkapinski i czekamy na jeszcze jednego Polaka, Michał Breczko, który jeszcze 100 metrów do końca tego wyścigu.
Well, last 50 metres or so for Michał Breczko of Poland to see out this test race for the PR1 men's single sculls. But the next race for the PR2 mixed double sculls is already underway. We've got a 4-boat lineup here. In lane 1 for Ireland, we've got Katie O'Brien and Stephen McGowan. Lane 2 for Poland, Jolanta Majka and Michał Godowski. And then lane 3 for the Netherlands, Chantal Heinen and Corny de Koning. And then in lane 4 for France, Stéphane Tardieu and Perle Bouge.
Proszę Państwa, i kolejny wyścig drugiego dnia Pucharu Świata już w torze. Dwójka podwójna mieszana na torze pierwszym Irlandia, na torze drugim Polska, Jolanta Majka, Michał Godowski, na torze trzecim Holandia i na torze czwartym Francja.
Well, 500 metres in already for this PR2 mixed double sculls test race. Just like the previous 2 races, all of these athletes will progress through to the A final. But 500 metres in, there's not much to separate them. It's just half a length spread across these 4 boats. Really trying to wind up to a good race pace here. It's Corny de Koning and Chantal Heinen out in front. They set the world best time here in Poznan at a World Cup in 2017, set at 8:06.21. So we're all going to be eagle-eyed looking at the splits as they go through this race to see whether they could be in with a chance of breaking that world best time, as we've seen 2 already in the 2 races of this morning.
Proszę Państwa, pierwsze metry tego wyścigu bardzo wyrównane na minimalnym prowadzeniu. W tej chwili Holandia płynąca na torze trzecim. Jest to osada, która w 2017 ustanowiła najlepszy światowy czas w tej konkurencji. I w tej chwili oni płyną z najwyższą prędkością łodzi, chociaż teraz widzimy, że to się jednak wyrównuje. Ta różnica jest naprawdę niewielka. 700 metrów tego wyścigu za nami, jednak nasze oczy koncentrują się na tor numer 2, gdzie płyną Polacy Jolanta Majka, Michał Gadowski.
Well, nearly 800 meters in, and they're going to be coming into sight of Robert. Now, Robert, they're going to need at least a 4-minute 3 split through the 1,000 if they want to contest for that world best time. What do you think?
Isn't it fantastic, Pete, to see these opening races here in Poznan record such fast times? But of course, the warmer weather that does things to the viscosity of the water, and that assists these athletes in achieving the very best times that we've seen in the relatively short history of para rowing, which has only been around just over 20 years, hasn't it? And it's good to see the racing progress rapidly through that period. But progressing rapidly through the race, well, these 4 doubles, there is very little to choose between them at the halfway mark. Fantastic to see Corné de Koning with his new partner Chantal Heining here. They led the race from the outset, but they are being bettered as they move through the halfway mark. And great news for the home crowd here on the Malta Lake, because it's Majka and Godowski who have their nose in front for the first time, just by about a canvas ahead of the other 3 doubles who are pretty much level.
Proszę Państwa, jaki wyrównany bieg. Na 1000 metrów prowadzi polska osada Jolanta Majka i Michał Gadowski. Ich trenerem jest Tomasz Kaźmierczak. To nasza jedna z najlepszych osad paraolimpijskich. W Tokio zajęli 6. miejsce. Pozostałe osady idą dziób w dziób. To bardzo wyrównany bieg.
Great to see Stefan Tardieu and Perle Bouge back together again in the boat for the first time since they won the bronze medal at the Rio Olympics 6 years ago. But Tardieu and Bouge one boat length behind the Polish leaders. Now, are we going to read too much into that? Because once again, this is only a test race. All 4 doubles will progress through to the A final. And there's just so much experience in this field. I doubt very much whether we're going to see fireworks. And wouldn't it be fantastic if, despite that we saw another world best time here in this test race? Some 1,250 metres gone then, and it's still Majka and Godowski leading the way home for Poland on their home water here on the Malta Lake, and increasing their lead over the rest of the field as Tardieu and Bouge move through narrowly into second place, Colleen.
Yes, the home crowd will be happy to see Majka and Godowski opening up their margin as they approach 1,500 down the last stretch of this race. We're starting to see probably the most separation that we've seen across this race, so tightly packed through the first half, and things starting to change just a little bit. Poland really extending their lead at a nice 34 strokes per minute. And then the battle for second, currently France holding on to that second place position, Netherlands holding third, and a really close Ireland just behind them.
1500 metrów za wioślarzami. Miłe wieści dla sympatyków polskich wioseł. Jola Majka i Michał Gadowski na prowadzeniu na drugim miejscu ze stratą długości łodzi Francuzi. Później są Niemcy i Irlandczycy, ale ten wyścig, tak jak Tomek wcześniej mówił, jest bardzo wyrównany. Jola Majka, kiedyś pływaczka, później wioślarka, 6-krotna medalistka Mistrzostw Świata, i Michał, który także ma sporo medali na tych regatach. Oni prowadzą i oby tak już do mety.
Tardieu and Bouge, loads of experience. Tardieu, 52 years old, and Bouge, France, 44 years old. Still running in that second place position, a little bit longer, a little bit more patient. But again, Poland looking really solid as they come through the final 250 meters. So, Pete, they're coming towards you. The home crowd will be quite happy with this result, I think.
They really will be. They've had a great race. Third through the 500, as we said, and then that middle 1,000, they've just established this lead really comfortably. 34 strokes a minute. They're a well-experienced combination here, Majka and Godowski. And here on home water, with this tailwind and the warmer weather, they'll be looking to really set their mark through the course of this weekend. But again, being a test race, it's questionable whether the others will want to respond to this charge from Poland and see if they can set a fast time or push for better lane selection when it comes to that, to the latter rounds. But of course, them going straight through to the A final, that won't make a difference because we're not doing lane selection for the A finals. So here we have the last 150 or so meters, and it's the favourites from the home crowd, Majka and Godowski leading.
Proszę Państwa, duże polskie emocje na końcu tego wyścigu. Jolanta Majka, Michał Gadowski na prowadzeniu, ponad 2 łódki przewagi i jeszcze 250 metrów do końca, ale tutaj już nic nie powinno się wydarzyć. Polska osada dowiezie zwycięstwo w biegu eliminacyjnym, w biegu testowym PR2, mieszane dwójki podwójne. Proszę Państwa, świetna dyspozycja tej bardzo doświadczonej osady. Jolanta Majka, Michał Gadowski, proszę Państwa, jeszcze 50 metrów do zwycięstwa tej polskiej osady.
Well, there we have it. Crossing the line, Majka and Godowski for Poland win the test race for the PR2 mixed doubles, just under a length ahead of Tardieu and Bouge, who had a great final 500, moving up into second place ahead of Connie de Koning and Chantal Hannon for the Netherlands in third, and then fourth place, O'Brien and McGowan for Ireland.
Germany, Korea, Italy, attention, red light.
There goes the buzzer, and we have the start of the test race for the PR3 mixed coxed 4. Good start for Italy in lane 3, but the rest of the lineup, we've got Germany in 1 and the Republic of Korea in lane 2. So it's a 3-boat lineup here contesting this test race. They'll all progress through to the A final on Sunday, where we've got that at 12:23 in the afternoon. So 3-boat lineup here, a good clean start across the field, but the fastest by quite a margin already, looking to be nearly half a length up. We've got Italy in lane 3. They're up at 41 strokes a minute, stroked by Luca Conti, coxed there by Emanuele Caponi, and looking to try and establish that early lead and build a good, safe margin over Germany and Korea.
Proszę Państwa, kolejny wyścig testowy w konkurencji PR3, czwórki mieszane. Na torze pierwszym Niemcy, na torze drugim Korea, na torze trzecim Włochy. I proszę Państwa, to osada włoska wystartowała najszybciej, najsprawniej. W tej chwili płyną tempem 36-37 pociągnięć na minutę i w tej chwili ustalają sobie na tych pierwszych metrach prowadzenie. Ale osada z Niemiec nie daje za wygraną, tylko 2-3 metry straty. Tak więc wydaje się, że to te dwie osady będą walczyć o zwycięstwo w tym biegu testowym i o tą przewagę mentalną przed niedzielnym finałem. A proszę Państwa, osada z Korei w tej chwili 20 metrów straty. Zobaczymy, czy zawalczy jeszcze o zwycięstwo w tym biegu, natomiast na razie na prowadzeniu wciąż. Włochy tuż przed Niemcami.
Well, it's rather close now as they approach 500 meters in. Germany really finding their rhythm here, stroked by Susanne Lachner and supported by Mark Lembeck, Jan Helmich, Julian Blaise, and then coxed by Inga Thurn. They are level with Italy through the 500. So Germany at 33, Italy at 35. Italy starting to drop that rating down a little bit. They were up at 38, 39. They're now finding that race rhythm as we come into this second block of 500 meters and really looking to establish that safe race rhythm through this middle thousand. But Germany have moved up into the lead, not by much though. They've got a great race rhythm there at 33 strokes a minute, and they're going to just try to hold on to that lead now as they come up towards 700 or so meters in and into sight of our commentators at halfway.
Yes, it's fascinating, isn't it, Pete, to see how new crew combinations for the new Paralympic cycle are coming through the programme. We see different combinations at different regattas, and no doubt the selectors keep a keen eye on the way things are shaping up as they lead in through the programme to the climax of the season at the World Championships. The Germans, well, they failed to qualify in this particular boat class for the Tokyo Paralympics. So this lineup, the majority of them finished down the rankings at the B final at the Linz World Championships 3 years ago. For their part, the Italians, they've rebuilt their lineup around a couple of athletes who finished down in 5th position in Tokyo. So it was great to see the Italians really go hard off the mark, but then being overhauled by the Germans. And that's where this real race is, because it's Germany. Yes, they came through the Italian lead, but they failed to capitalize it. They're just sitting on it by the narrowest possible margin as Korea play catch up some 3 lengths back in 3rd.
W połowie dystansu prowadzi osada niemiecka o długość łodzi przed Włochami. W tej konkurencji w PR3 Mixed startują zawodnicy z niepełnosprawnością ruchową, ale i też słabowidzący. To konkurencja, która daje szansę właśnie wystartowania zawodnikom, łącząc ich niepełnosprawności.
Yeah, those positions being maintained as the 3rd quarter opens up. But Korea still in contention there with this entirely new lineup. Only Kang Hyun-ju in the bow seat survives from the lineup that finished down the rankings at the Linz World Championship 3 years ago. The other 4 athletes in this boat making their international debut here in Poznan. But it's Germany who still hang on to that narrow margin. In fact, just as I've been describing the scene, going for a little bit of a push now. The Italians responding at a slightly higher rate. They've gone up to 34 against Germany at 31 in this test race for the PR3-4s. So it's still Germany maintaining the edge, Colleen.
The Italians making a push, absolutely, and of course, great experience in the coxed seat. Emmanuel Caponi in that seat, loads of under 23 experience in the 8. So seems that he's asking for a little bit of a lift as they close in at the 1,500 meter mark, just shy of that. Continues to be the combination, though, from Germany, who took that advantage early on in the race. They've held it at a nice 31 strokes per minute, so the lowest rate of striking, and their boat moving the quickest, so getting a lot of work done through the water as they move through 1,500 down. It's Germany leading, then back to Italy and Korea.
500 metrów do mety na prowadzeniu ekipa Republiki Federalnej Niemiec i trener Dawid Schaffer może być zadowolony z postawy swoich podopiecznych. 2 długości łodzi przewagi, później w błękitnych, pięknych strojach ekipa włoska prowadzona przez trenera Santaniello i daleko z tyłu, teraz dopiero mijający celownik 1500 metrów ekipa Korei, a zatem Niemcy, Włochy oraz Korea.
Inga Thun of Germany in the coxswain seat with that advantage and urging her crew on because they are opening up their margin now over Italy. So a little bit of a push at the 1,500 from Italy. Perhaps at this point in the race, they've accepted that the 2nd place position is where they'll land in this test race. Then it's back to Korea. And Pete, fantastic to see Korea in this category as well.
Always great to see Korea out here and racing. And they're doing very well, actually. You know, they've had a consistent race rhythm all the way down the course, and they're starting to think about winding it up now as they approach the red buoys, indicating the last 250 meters of our 2K course. But Germany are the class act in this race. They weren't the fastest out of the blocks, but they certainly found the race rhythm, and they are now comfortably out in front ahead of Italy, looking good for the win in this test race for the PR3 Mixed Coxed 4.
Proszę Państwa, start należał do ekipy z Włoch, jednak finisz zdecydowanie do ekipy niemieckiej. To właśnie ta osada finiszuje jako pierwsza w biegu 4 mieszanych PR3. Proszę Państwa, co za Co za gracja, co za sprawność tej ekipy. Proszę Państwa, jeszcze 50 metrów do końca tego wyścigu i w tej chwili właśnie osada niemiecka przekracza linię mety. Za nimi osada z Włoch i na trzecim miejscu Korea.
So Germany comfortably take the win, a length and a half of Clearwater ahead of Italy for second. And then we've got a couple of lengths back of Clearwater to Korea for third place. And we'll see them all again at around 12:30 on Sunday. We move on promptly now, though. We're into the first heat now for the lightweight women's single sculls. We've got Georgia Nesbitt for Australia in lane 1, Nuntirida Krajangjam of Thailand in lane 2, Abid Siam for Hungary in 3, Jill Moffat of Canada in lane 4, and Olivia Nacht for Switzerland in lane 5.
Proszę Państwa, przed nami jedynka kobiet kategorii lekkiej. Na torze pierwszym Australia, na torze drugim Tajlandia, na torze trzecim Węgry, na torze czwartym Kanada i na torze piątym Szwajcaria.
Well, these athletes now going through 600. Jill Moffat for Canada out in front, up at 32 strokes a minute. Perhaps a length up, just under a length ahead of Georgia Nesbitt for Australia over on the far side of the course. That's the 1-2 at the moment. It's only 2 to go through to the A final. So we look closely at that dividing line between those two leading athletes. And then perhaps half a length back, we see Olivia Nacht for Switzerland currently in third place. But as they approach Robert at halfway, race looking broadly as we'd expect it to go.
Yes, Jill Moffat, the Canadian sculler, the only one of these 5 to take part in the Olympics when she contested the lightweight double scull. Of course, that's the way it is in these lightweight women's, the lightweight singles for either men or women. It's a non-Olympic event. And here in this first big regatta of the new Olympic cycle, what we're seeing is various nations trying out their athletes in different boat classes. I can think of a number of countries who've split their doubles into the singles and using it to some extent as a selection regatta. But Moffat leading this field, second place. Well, Georgia Nesbitt, the Australian on the far side, looking very strong. Haven't seen too much of Nesbitt since she also contested the double scull, but that was at the 2019 World Championships. On the grandstand side, it's the Swiss sculler Olivia Nacht. Now, she's come up from under 23 from last year, and the only one of these 5 to contest the Belgrade World Cup 3 weeks ago. But as we move through the halfway mark, it's still Moffat maintaining the lead for Canada.
W połowie dystansu prowadzi zawodniczka z Kanady z niewielką przewagą nad Australijką i Szwajcarką. Zawodniczka z Australii w 2017 roku w Saratosie startowała w 4 podwójnej, zdobywając medal, a Szwajcarka była 10. zawodniczką w Belgradzie w 2 podwójnej wagi lekkiej.
Well, Nesbitt putting in a fantastic push. It's so often the way, isn't it, that in a 2K international rowing race, as the second half opens up, we see the crews that are down at that point putting in a bit of a push to try and come back on the leaders. And Nesbitt took it up to 36 strokes a minute briefly, couldn't maintain that pace. Gone back a notch down to 35 now. Is she closing on the leaders? Well, the gap is narrowing but between herself and Moffat, but it is still the Canadian leading after 1250.
Canadian at 31 strokes per minute, so a nice long stroke rate, a little bit lower than the majority of the field as they come toward 1,500 meters down. As we know, 2 to advance on to the A finals, so looking really good for Canada, and then Georgia Nesbitt of Australia. So those are the 2 that have been running first and second from the top of the race from the start. The question then, is there enough water and is there enough in Olivia Nacht to make a push to skip that repechage and get herself straight into the A final? We will see. It would take quite a bit of effort at this point, I'm afraid. So 1,500 meters down, and it's looking good for Canada and Australia to move on. And just as I say that, looking like Georgia Nesbitt of Australia might be edging her bow just over the Canadian.
Australijka Georgia Nesbitt i Kanadyjka Jill Moffat, znana bardziej z dwójki podwójnej, mieszkanka Newcastle kanadyjskiego nad jeziorem Ontario. Tutaj bardzo ładnie płynie i patrzy tylko na prawą stronę, gdzie jest Georgia. Te dwie zawodniczki pewnie awansują już do finału. Kolejne wioślarki Olivia Nacht, Węgierka Abit oraz Karae Giam z Tajlandii już daleko, daleko z tyłu, a zatem Australijka i Kanadyjka na czele.
They're moving then close to the 250 to go, and it is the Australian Georgia Nesbitt leading this race. So a bit of a patient first half of the race, really through all the way to the 1,500 meters. And Pete, it's looking great for her over the Canadian as they close into the final stages.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at the differences in the times between Moffat and Nesbitt through the course of this race. Moffat had a really fast start, building up a full length over Nesbitt by 500 in. But Nesbitt has just ever so gradually eaten away at that lead, chugging away slowly, and now pushing up to nearly a length up on Moffat as we come into the last 200 meters. So a great and mature race strategy by Georgia Nesbitt for Australia. Moffat, I think, not looking too phased as we come into this last 200 meters. She's looking comfortable for that second place through to the A final, so perhaps keeping something in reserve for later this weekend.
Proszę Państwa, zawodniczki zbliżają się do linii mety. Przypomnę, że w tym wyścigu to dwie zawodniczki awansują bezpośrednio do finału, a resztę zobaczymy w popołudniowych repasażach. Tutaj dwie zawodniczki, największe szanse na ten finał, a w tym momencie zaraz linię mety przekroczy reprezentantka Australii, za nią Kanadyjka. Co ciekawe, te dwie zawodniczki przyjęły zupełnie inne strategie na ten wyścig. Kanadyjka rozpoczęła mocno, 3 sekundy przerwy na 500 metrach, nawet na 1000. Z kolei Austriaczka płynęła cały czas stabilnym tempem i to ona w tej chwili kończy ten bieg na pierwszym miejscu.
Georgia Nesbitt takes the win ahead of Jill Moffat for Canada. Those two progress through directly to the A final. And then we have Olivia Nacht for Switzerland in third place, leading the way into the repechage, where she'll be accompanied by Abid Siam for Hungary, finishing in fourth, ahead of Nuntida Krajangjam for Thailand. We'll see them race the repechage. The next race is already well and truly underway, coming up towards 1,200 meters in. We've got Marie-Louise Draeger for Germany in lane 3, currently leading, but very, very close is Mary Jones of the USA in lane 4, and then Carissa Riley for Canada in lane 1, currently riding in third place. But they're already 1,300 meters in, so let's hear from Colleen how they're getting on.
Thanks so much, Pete. They are getting on quite well, and it is such a battle up at the top of the field between Mary Jones of the USA and Marie-Louise Draeger of Germany. So tightly packed. It continues to be Mary Jones with the advantage. Mary Jones, though, as we know, she wasn't the quickest off the line. She was third at the 500. She was second at the 1,000, so building speed through the third quarter, and that's carried her over with the advantage as they come toward us at 1,500 down. So it's USA leading Germany, then back to Canada.
No i zacięty wyścig w tej konkurencji. Na prowadzeniu reprezentantka Stanów Zjednoczonych Mary Jones, która ostatnio wygrała w Belgradzie, ale długość łodzi do niej traci doświadczona, urodzona w Lubece, a trenująca w Rostoku Maria Luisa Draeger z Republiki Federalnej Niemiec. Półtorej długości łodzi traci zawodniczka niemiecka do prowadzącej Amerykanki. Później jest Kanadyjka i szukamy, nie widzimy tutaj reprezentantki Algierii.
Mary Jones up a good 4 or 5 beats higher than her German competitor. She's been most recently training at a training camp in Bled, coming off of a gold medal win in Belgrade. So she had a great first World Cup. And of course, as the season progresses, fantastic to have that racing under your belt, continue to gain speed, get onto the international stage, and continue to just get faster every regatta. Perhaps that's paying off, or Pete, maybe it's the winter training, but it's Mary Jones of the USA leading over Germany, then Canada.
Yeah, Mary Jones coming back from third at 500, now leading convincingly with over a length up on Marie-Louise Draeger for Germany, who's eased off the pace. She's really taken her foot off the throttle here, dropping down to 26 strokes a minute, I think, able to look back at Carissa Riley for Canada, knowing that she's got a comfortable margin there to take her through to the A final. First two to go through, and it's looking pretty safe for Mary Jones and Marie-Louise Draeger. This was due to be a 4-athlete race. We were due to have Nihed Benchadli for Algeria in lane 2, but sadly, she wasn't able to make it to the start. So it's 3 athletes here contesting 2 places to the A final.
Proszę Państwa, 3 zawodniczki walczą o 2 miejsca dające awans do niedzielnego finału. A proszę Państwa, w tej chwili prawdopodobnie reprezentantka Stanów Zjednoczonych i Niemiec zwyciężą w tym biegu i zapewnią sobie ten bezpośredni awans. Wydaje się, że tutaj już nikt nie zabierze tego zwycięstwa Amerykance, która w tej chwili z najwyższą prędką łodzi finiszuje i kończy ten wyścig na pierwszym miejscu.
Last couple of strokes for Mary Jones. She's going to win this second heat for the lightweight women's single sculls with perhaps 4 lengths of clear water up on Marie-Louise Draeger for Germany, who ticks it over towards the line at 25 strokes a minute ahead of Carissa Riley. For Canada, we'll see Carissa go through to the repechage. On to the next race, then. It's the first heat for the lightweight men's singles, already coming up through 800 metres in. We've got Poland, Australia, Uruguay, Bulgaria, Germany and New Zealand. How's it looking there, Robert?
Well, we've got a great race here because it's the Uruguay sculler, Felipe Clube Ferreira, who is leading the field ahead of Lazar Penev, the Bulgarian, in the lane immediately to his left. And there is very little to choose between them. And even while I've been describing the leading positions, the Bulgarian has gone for a massive push to try and overhaul the Uruguay sculler. Remember, it's the first 2 from each of these heats that will go through direct to the semi-finals. And yes, Penev has just got the measure of the Uruguayan sculler. Penev, who took the bronze medal at the under-23s last year. The Uruguay sculler, the only one of these 6 to contest the Belgrade World Cup. But those are the 2 pace setters. But behind them, the best of the rest, well, that looks to be Finn Volter of Germany ahead of Oscar McGuinness of Australia.
Na 1000 metrów bardzo zacięta walka. Przed chwilą widzieliśmy awarię techniczną, co się stało Australijczykowi. Musiał stanąć i poprawić, ale walczy Artur Mikołajczewski. Musi być przynajmniej drugi, aby wejść do półfinału z tego biegu, żeby nie musiał startować w repasażach. To bardzo zacięty bieg, w którym prowadzi Bułgar, zaraz za nim Urugwajczyk.
Penev, the Bulgarian, increasing his lead. So that really was a sustained push. Coached by the legendary Rumiana Nekova, the Olympic women's single sculls champion all those years ago. And obviously her coaching will no doubt help the Bulgarian to greater efforts. Only 22 years of age, so it's his first year out of under-23s and really is capitalizing on that lead now as they move down to 1500.
And in fact opening it up even more. So a gutsy race from the Bulgarian Lazar Penev, 22 years old, as mentioned, coming out of the under-23 category and now moving into the senior class. He'll be the first to cross into 1500 meters down, and then that second qualifying position will have times in just a moment as they come through, but tightly packed, and it's looking really good for Uruguay, but New Zealand right on their tail as well.
Artur Mikołajczewski na drugim miejscu prowadzi podopieczny słynnej Rumiany Nejkowej, mistrzyni olimpijskiej z Pekinu Lazar Penev. Bułgar jest bardzo mocny, bardzo groźny jest także Urugwajczyk Kluber Ferreira, który płynie tutaj bardzo blisko Polaka. I uwaga na Nowozelandczyka Dunhama, który jest na razie na 3., 4. miejscu, ale ma świetny finisz. A zatem Artur, trzymaj się, tylko 2 zawodników awansuje do półfinału.
Matthew Dunham of New Zealand moving into that second qualifying position. Poland hot pursuit just behind him. So Pete, what a great move at the 500 to go from the New Zealand sculler, and it's looking like he's continuing to move.
Yeah, race on here, but the response comes from Mikołajczewski going up to 41 strokes a minute. It's going to be a race all the way to the line here. I think we're going to see Dunham under a lot of pressure as he pulls up alongside Penev, though.
Proszę Państwa, duże polskie emocje w tym biegu, gdzie walka o pierwsze 2 miejsca, które dają awans do półfinału AB. Nasze oczy kierują się na pierwszy tor, na Artura Mikołajczewskiego, który w tej chwili płynie na 3. miejscu, ale rozpoczął on mocny, silny finisz, wysokie tempo, silne pociągnięcia łódki. Artur walczy do końca, ale chyba teraz coś się stało. Zwolnił tempo i prawdopodobnie zobaczymy Polaka w repasażu.
Oh, so upsetting for the local favourite, Mikołajczewski there. He just missed a stroke and realised that that had sealed his fate, not able to contest the front of the field here. But Dunham crosses the line with a comfortable margin in the end ahead of Penyev. So that three-sculler race where they're almost dead level with 100 to go turns into a convincing win for Matt Dunham of New Zealand over a length up on Lazar Penyev for Bulgaria. Those two go through to the AB semi. Mikołajczewski for Poland will lead the way into the repechage to be joined by Kluwer Ferreira of Uruguay and McGuinness of Australia in fourth and fifth. And then coming in for sixth place, we have Finn Walter for Germany.
Proszę Państwa, reprezentant Bułgarii i Nowej Zelandii w półfinale AB Pucharu Świata. Z kolei Polaka Artura Mikołajczewskiego zobaczymy w walce w repasażu, także o udział do tego półfinału AB. Z kolei przed nami kolejny półfinał, kolejny bieg eliminacyjny dwójek, jedynek mężczyzn kategorii lekkiej. Na torze pierwszym Australia, na torze drugim Finlandia, na torze trzecim Urugwaj, na torze czwartym Irlandia i na torze piątym Japonia.
Heat 2 for the lightweight men's singles already well underway, and they're almost in a perfect chevron formation, approaching halfway with the Uruguayan out in front here.
Yes, Pete, the Uruguayan Cesarado Berriolo out of the double that contested the Olympic final last year. So the Uruguayan selectors have split the double into two singles. We saw his compatriot race and briefly take the lead in the previous heat. This Uruguayan double last year was the best crew to come out of that particular country in recent years, and Cetraro really is making the pace. He leads the field by about a length and a half ahead of Gary O'Donovan, the Irish sculler, the Olympic silver medalist from the lightweight double all those years ago at the Rio Olympics when he partnered his brother Paul, who went on to take the Olympic title last year with Fintan McCarthy. But once again, the Irish selectors have decided that their particular scullers will contest the singles at this particular regatta. So it's Uruguay and Ireland making the running.
Zawodnik z Urugwaju zdecydowanie prowadził na 1000 metrów. Zaraz za nim Irlandczyk. To jest złoty medalista Mistrzostw Świata z Płodliw 2018 roku. Będzie walczył o pierwsze lub drugie miejsce premiujące wejście do półfinału.
Well, once again, we see the leaders establishing that advantage, but really having to work it. The Uruguayan sculler is pumping away at a massive 38 strokes a minute, and into the third quarter, that's incredibly high rate. Okay, we might be used to high rates in the lightweight boat classifications, but he is outpacing the rest of the field by some 3 or 4 pips and working it to his advantage in terms of boat speed. Uruguay leads Ireland, approaching 1500.
He's still up at that 38 strokes per minute as they come toward the 1500 meter mark, and in continuing to hold that advantage over Ireland, and by quite a margin. It's open water back to the rest of the field. He shows no sign of slowing down. Of course, loads of experience. We saw him in the lightweight men's double in Tokyo, where he finished in the A final in 6th. So fantastic experience and really using this tailwind to his advantage. So continues to be Uruguay leading, and then such a close race now between the USA and Ireland for that second qualifying spot.
To jest żadna niespodzianka, że prowadzi Bruno Cetario Berolio z Urugwaju. To 6. zawodnik ostatnich Igrzysk Olimpijskich w dwójce podwójnej w wadze lekkiej, a zatem Urugwaj także liczy się w wioślarstwie. Później jest Amerykanin, Irlandczyk, Fin i Japończyk. Tak wygląda sytuacja na torze.
So Uruguay holding on to that qualifying position quite comfortably, but again, such a battle now between Ireland and the USA. Pete, as they move toward the final 250 meters, it's looking like James McCullough has taken the advantage, but there's still time for an Irish sprint.
Yeah, there's not much separating them as they approach these red buoys. Just a couple of meters in it, we've got the American McCullough up at 39 strokes a minute to the Irishman O'Donovan at 35, 36. So we could see extra gears put in here as they come into this last couple hundred meters. Gary has a quicker look over to his right just to assess that margin and see what he's going to throw down here. Not much separating them at all, and the pressure is being put on then to the Uruguayan still out in front.
Proszę Państwa, kolejne emocje w drugim biegu eliminacyjnym jednak mężczyzn kategorii lekkiej. Wydaje się, że na prowadzeniu będzie reprezentant Urugwaju. Tutaj już nic się nie zmieni. Natomiast Stany Zjednoczone i Irlandia w tej chwili zaciekła walka o drugie miejsce dające awans do półfinału. Proszę Państwa, wydaje się, że to reprezentant Stanów Zjednoczonych jest przed Irlandią.
Well, here's the sprint. Gary's looking over there, absolutely level. McCullough and O'Donovan absolutely neck and neck, bow ball for bow ball into the last couple of strokes. The Uruguayan takes the win, and then it's down to millimeters across the line. I think the American might have just held on to it by perhaps a bow ball over the line. We'll have to wait for the official result to separate those two and that second place into the AB semi-final. Coming in for fourth place then, we have Kasper Hirvelampi for Finland ahead of Yasui Haruya for Japan. Results coming through then, it's a win to Bruno Ceccharo-Beriolo in 6:55.52, and then it is Gary O'Donovan in second place, 1/10 of a second ahead of McCullough of the USA in third. So we'll see Ceccharo and O'Donovan progress through to the AB semi-final.
Proszę Państwa, po niesamowitym finiszu mamy oficjalne wyniki. Na pierwszym miejscu reprezentant Urugwaju, na miejscu drugim reprezentant Irlandii, zaledwie 10 setnych sekundy przed reprezentantem Stanów Zjednoczonych. Z kolei przed nami trzeci bieg eliminacyjny. Na torze pierwszym Węgry, na torze drugim Gania, na torze trzecim Polska, Jerzy Kowalski, na torze czwartym Portugalia i na torze piątym Irlandia.
Well, the third heat for the lightweight men's singles is already approaching halfway, and it's looking good for the locals here, Robert.
It is indeed, because Herty Kowalski in the centre lane for Poland is leading this field, or is he? Because Paulo Fidalgo, the Portuguese sculler, it's Fintan McCarthy who partnered Paul O'Donovan to the Olympic title in the double last year, is just squeezed ahead, so tight between Ireland and Poland.
Niesamowita walka między Irlandczykiem i Polakiem, Jurkiem Kowalskim. Odjechali pozostałym zawodnikom i są zdecydowanie na prowadzeniu. Zawodnik z Irlandii to złoty medalista w dwójce podwójnej wagi lekkiej, a Jurek Kowalski jest szóstym zawodnikiem z Igrzysk Olimpijskich w Tokio.
Well, this reflects what I was saying earlier about selectors splitting their doubles to contest the singles. That's what the Polish selectors have done. That's what the Irish selectors have done. So Kowalski and McCarthy, well, the last time they met was in the Olympics at Tokyo on the Sea Forest Waterway last year, but with their respective partners, and it is just still so tight between these two. But it's McCarthy who has the edge over Kowalski as they move through 12.50, McCarthy at 32, Kowalski trying to come back at 34, and these two look set, surely, Colleen, to qualify direct for the semi-final.
They should qualify quite comfortably, and it'll be a fantastic last 6 or so hundred meters, I think, because, of course, absolutely fierce competitors, world's best here at the second World Cup in Poznan. So if you're going to move through this heat and you know that there's two to advance, well, wouldn't you like to have your bow ball in first rather than second if you can capture that spot? It's still Ireland over Poland as they come through 15 down.
Chyba najsłynniejszy mieszkaniec Kruszwicy, jeden z najlepszych polskich obecnie wioślarzy, Jurek Kowalski toczy tutaj zacięty bój ze znakomitym Fintanem McCarthy z Irlandii. Irlandczyk może o dziobłodzi w tej chwili prowadzi przed Jurkiem Kowalskim. Trener Kazimierz Naskręcki na pewno tam mocno dopinguje swojego podopiecznego, swojego najsłynniejszego podopiecznego. On płynie po awans do półfinału.
Through 15 down, and it continues to be Fintan McCarthy with the lead. He had just under a 1 second advantage over Kowalski, the Polish sculler, out of lane 3. So closing in on the final 250 meters, we just saw a fantastic sprint in the last race from Gary O'Donovan. So we'll see, Pete, as they come towards you, if the Polish sculler has that in, or if he's okay with that second place position.
Yeah, good question, Colleen. It'll be interesting to see whether they do put everything out there on the water when they know that they've got a position through to the A final. But I can tell you who will be pleased. Dominic Casey, coach of Gary O'Donovan and Fintan McCarthy. He was the World Rowing Coach of the Year back in 2018, and his athletes are already setting some great pace out there on the water. early in competition here this weekend at the World Rowing Cup 2 in Poznan. Fintan McCarthy looking pretty safe for the win here, still ticking it over at 33. No response from Kowalski for Poland, still also at 33. So I think these two comfortable with their positions into the AB semi.
Proszę Państwa, trzeci ostatni bieg eliminacyjny jedynek mężczyzn kategorii lekkiej i tutaj duże polskie emocje. Jerzy Kowalski w tej chwili płynie na drugim miejscu, dający awans, bezpośredni awans do półfinału AB, który odbędzie się już w sobotę. Jurek płynie pewnie długie pociągnięcia. Już w tej chwili zawodnicy nie walczą między sobą. Wiedzą, że obydwoje spotkają się w półfinale.
There we have it. Fintan McCarthy takes the win for Ireland in that third heat for the lightweight men's singles, just about a length ahead of Jerzy Kowalski for Poland. They go through to the AB semi-final, and then coming in for third place, we can see over on the far side of the course, it's the Hungarian Tamas Bench, and then coming in for fifth place, Paulo Fidalgo for Portugal. We'll see those two athletes progress through to the repechage. We were due to have Sid Ali Budina for Algeria in lane 2 in this race, but sadly had to pull out, so not competing in the lightweight men's single this weekend.
Z kolei pozostałych zawodników tego biegu, reprezentanta Węgier i Portugalii, zobaczymy jeszcze dzisiejszego dnia w biegach repasażowych. Z kolei przed nami czwórka podwójna mężczyzn kategorii lekkiej. Na torze pierwszym Tajlandia, na torze drugim Dania i na torze trzecim Ukraina.
Next race up then, it's the test race for the lightweight men's quads. Already fast approaching the 1,000, we have Thailand, Denmark and Ukraine. Passing Robert at the 1,000 then is Denmark out in front.
It is indeed, Pete. Denmark by about a length at this halfway stage ahead of Ukraine. Now, we've been talking a lot, haven't we, about the way in which selectors use the World Cup regattas for different purposes. Both Denmark and Ukraine have picked their quads out of last year's under-23 lineup. So most of these athletes will have met last year at the B final of the under-23 regatta, where Denmark took top honours ahead of Ukraine in 8th place overall. The Thais, on the other hand, well, they brought 3 entirely new athletes to their international debut here to stack up alongside Siwakorn Wongping, who took part in the Olympics last year as part of the Thai lightweight men's double scull. And they're right up there on the pace, but the leaders are after 1,100 meters, Denmark setting the pace.
Na 1000 metrów prowadziła osada Danii, zaraz za nią długość łodzi Ukraina i dopiero na trzeciej pozycji Tajlandia. Pierwsza osada z tego biegu uzyskuje awans do finału A.
Denmark setting the pace and working at it. 36 strokes a minute reflected in the boat speed. Ukraine a couple of pips lower, but with similar boat speed, and the field beginning to spread a little further out now, Colleen.
The field beginning to spread further out, yes, as Denmark continues to open up their advantage. We've talked a little bit, too, about just how exciting it is to see young athletes, new combinations, as mentioned, brand new combination from Thailand, but quite a set of young athletes truly across this lightweight men's quad entries. So the youngest and just 18 years of age in the Ukrainian shell, that's Roman Birarov, just 18, and then the eldest, 26 years old, the Bausit in the Thai shell. So quite a range there. Fantastic to see all 3 of these crews moving through the second World Cup. Denmark extending their lead, Pete, as they come towards you, Ukraine, and then back to Thailand.
700 metrów do mety. Chińczycy, za nimi reprezentacja Ukrainy, która tu trenowała w Poznaniu, i na trzecim reprezentacja Tajlandii, ale nie traci zbyt dużo do prowadzących 2 ekip.
Denmark looking good out in the lead, still 38 strokes a minute, continuing to extend that ever so gradually over Ukraine. Ukraine and Denmark both under 23 squads here and looking convincing out in front. I mean, not much to separate them at this stage, both up there, 36, 37 strokes a minute.
Dania, Ukraina i Tajlandia. Tak wygląda stawka tego wyścigu na zaledwie 50 metrów przed linią mety. Wydaje się, że tutaj nic już się nie zmieni.
With it being a test race, we'll see them all race again in the A final. But for the moment, it's a win to Denmark, a length ahead of Ukraine in second. And then we have 2.5 to 3 lengths of Clearwater back to Thailand.
Proszę Państwa, dwie osady przekroczyły już linię mety i Tajlandia właśnie w tej chwili też już za linią mety. Proszę Państwa, wszystkie te trzy osady zobaczymy także w finale A tej konkurencji, jako że był to tylko bieg testowy.
Moving promptly on then, we've got the first heat for the women's four already underway. We've got the Netherlands in lane 1, Germany in 2, Czech Republic in 3, Ireland in 4 and China in lane 5.
Proszę Państwa, pierwszy bieg eliminacyjny w konkurencji czwórek kobiet. Na torze pierwszym Holandia, na torze drugim Niemcy, na torze trzecim Czechy, na torze czwartym Irlandia i na torze piątym Chiny.
Ireland and the Netherlands absolutely level going through the 500, only a quarter of a second separating them. So it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. It's the first three to go through to the AB semi-finals. So currently in third place we have China 2 holding out a very small margin ahead of Germany. So it's going to be interesting to see how that develops as they come into sight of our commentators at halfway.
Yeah, great to see Ireland hanging on to the lead here. They've got two Olympians on board, bronze medalists from Tokyo, Afrik Keo in the 2 seat, stroked by Emil Lam, and teaming up with Tara O'Hanlon, with whom they contested the 4 at the Linz World Championships 3 years ago, and bringing in Natalie Long in the bow seat. But they're being matched by the pace of the Dutch boat over on the far side. The Dutch, who contested 2 separate pairs at Belgrade 3 weeks ago, they brought them together into this 4 on this occasion, and certainly it seems to be working in their favour. Or has it? Because it really is nip and tuck stuff here through the second quarter. It's Ireland back in the lead at 37 once again, marginally ahead of the Dutch at 35, also moving through strongly at 38. China maintaining half a length lead ahead of Germany in 4th position.
Bardzo zacięta walka na 1000 metrów. Prowadzą Irlandki, na drugim miejscu są Holenderki, na trzecim Chinki. W składzie osady z Irlandii startują dwie zawodniczki, brązowe medalistki z Tokio. Chinki to startowały w tym roku w Pucharze Świata na 8 w Belgradzie, zajmując trzecie miejsce. Podobnie osada z Holandii w 8 startowały zawodniczki w 2, zajmując pierwsze i trzecie miejsce.
Marked difference in style between Ireland and the Netherlands. Ireland really punching it through at the finish, making every ounce of that pressure really counting, and they seem to be capitalising. Are they? No. The Dutch have once again increased their rate, and it's the Netherlands back in the lead briefly, but Ireland really are pushing on. Well, as we said earlier, 3 to progress through direct to the semi-final, and surely, despite who wins in that tussle between Ireland and the Netherlands, they're going to go through clearly, barring any sort of disaster with China.
Closing in just shy of 1,500 down, and it is the Dutch with the lead. The Dutch team, both the men's and women's side, had a great regatta in Belgrade, and in many events we saw this speed really build in the second half, so perhaps not surprising to see this very experienced combination really turn it on as they move through. So it's Netherlands in first, Ireland holding a close second, and the Chinese crew holding on to that third qualifying position.
500 metrów do mety mają kobiece czwórki na prowadzeniu Holenderki, ale z niewielką, minimalną przewagą nad reprezentacją Irlandii. Później czające się tu blisko nas reprezentantki Chin, następnie Niemki oraz Czeszki. Wyścig się dopiero rozpędza, ale te 3 najlepsze już chyba znamy.
Continues to be the Netherlands, so we'll see again if there's an Irish sprint or if they'll settle for that second place position, knowing that they'll advance. Pete, the Chinese, also a great regatta in that first World Cup.
Yeah, so good to see them performing well here now, currently riding in comfortable third place to go through to the AB semi, but it's an impressive performance now that we see the Dutch really ramping things on and moving up ahead of Ireland now. They've really raised that rhythm and rating in that third 500 to push out into the lead now. They've got perhaps half a length over Ireland coming into the last 250.
Najszybciej rozpoczęły Irlandki, ale to teraz zdecydowanie Holenderki mkną po zwycięstwo w tym biegu. W biegu eliminacyjnym czwórek kobiet, gdzie 3 pierwsze osady awansują do półfinału A i największe szanse na to mają osada Holandii, osada Irlandii i Czechy. Chiny. 2 pozostałe osady Niemcy i Czechy w tej chwili już bez szans o awans do półfinału.
Well, the Dutch a commanding lead now. Rogier Blink will be sitting at home listening to this as his wife in the bow seat, Marloes Oldenburg, is going to be the first to cross that line, joined by Hermine Dront, Bente Boonstra and Tinke Offereins. They're going to take the win here in this first heat for the women's four, progressing through to the AB semi-final. They cross the line a length up on Ireland, who have a length up on China. That's the 1, 2, 3 going through to the AB semi. And then in fourth place, we have Germany ahead of the Czech Republic in fifth. We'll see them in the rep.
Proszę Państwa, pierwszy bieg eliminacyjny już na linii mety, natomiast my już patrzymy w kolejny bieg eliminacyjny, gdzie na torze czwartym popłyną Polki. Basia Stręk, Weronika Kaźmierczak, Zuzia Lesner i Barbara Jęchorek to czwarty. Z kolei na torze pierwszym Francja, na torze drugim Chiny, na torze trzecim Australia.
Now we move on to the second heat for the women's four. We've got France in lane 1, China in 2, Australia in 3, and Poland in lane 4. They're going through 800 metres, Australia leading the way towards Robert at halfway.
Yeah, and it should really be no surprise to anybody who knows anything at all about the Olympic results from Tokyo to see Australia in the lead. Lucy Stephan in the bow seat, stroked by Annabelle McIntyre, Olympic champions in this boat class, and they're joined by Katrina Wherry and Bronwyn Cox out of the Australian Tokyo 8. Leading the field by Clearwater, pushing on strongly though. Good news for the Malta Lake crowd here, because Poland are sitting pretty in second place ahead of China and France.
Na 1000 metrów pewnie prowadzą Australiki, ponad długość łodzi przewagi nad Polkami. Przypomnę, Basia Stręk, Weronika Kaźmierczak, Zuzanna Lesner, Barbara Jęchorek. Dla nich jest to ważny bieg. Pierwsze 3 osady wchodzą do półfinału. Panie zajęły w Belgradzie 4. miejsce, za nimi osada Chin i na końcu osada francuska.
Credit to Poland, who put this crew together from last year's under-23 squad, where they contested the quad and the 8, these 4 athletes in the women's 4, pushing the Australians really quite hard, but the gap beginning to open up. China, for their part, well, once again, we've seen the Chinese squad mix and match their crews through the opening World Cup regattas of the season. These 4 athletes contested the 8s, and all 4 came away with medals because China really crowded the rostrum in Belgrade with both silver and bronze. But leading the way home, it's still Australia extending their margin down to 1500.
Australia looking really solid through the third quarter of this race. They've led from the start, held that advantage at the halfway point, and have continued to build speed as they approach the last quarter of the race. Currently 36 strokes per minute. They're the quickest moving boat on the course. So again, looking to get out, have a really good heat. We know it's 3 crews to advance to semifinal A, B, and currently holding that position. Well, it's Australia, then back to Poland and China.
Brawo dla naszych zawodniczek. W tej chwili na dystansie 1500 metrów prowadzą niezagrożone Australijki. 3 długości łodzi trasą Polki prowadzone przez pana trenera Piotra Bulińskiego, który w porównaniu z Belgradem zmienił troszkę skład, bo za Kasię Dudę wskoczyła Basia Stręk z Bydgoszczy i ona tutaj jest na szlaku. Ona dyktuje tutaj warunki. Jest strasznie zacięta walka z Chinkami. Do dziób łodzi Polki wyprzedzają Chinki, ale te 3 osady awansują spokojnie do półfinału, bo francuski są daleko, daleko z tyłu.
Australia holding court up at the top of the field, and then quite a battle developing between China and Poland. So this Polish crew will need the grandstand, their friends and family to give them a good cheer if they want to get their bow just ahead of China, because China now holding second. Pete, you'll have to sort it out for us, but that's the 1, 2, 3 Australia, and then it's anybody's pick for Poland and China.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to separate those two. There's absolutely nothing in it as they come into the last 250. Australia, though, just a dominating performance from them. Stephan, Wherry, Cox and McIntyre absolutely showing their calibre at the front of the field here. Still ticking it over at 35, so no discernible lift for a sprint finish. I think they know that they'll be going through to the AB semi-final because this is essentially a race to not be last.
Proszę Państwa, duże polskie emocje na torze czwartym. Basia Stręk, Weronika Kaźmierczak, Zuzanna Lesner i Barbara Jęchorek. Polki płyną równo, Polki płyną mocno, walczą z Chinkami o to drugie miejsce. Na prowadzeniu w tej chwili Australia i Polki czy Chinki. Która z tych dwóch osad zachowała więcej sił na ostatnie metry? Wydaje się, że Chinki w tej chwili chwilę przed Polkami, ale tak, wydaje się, że w tej chwili Chinki jeszcze przyspieszyły. Natomiast co jest najważniejsze w tym biegu, to pierwsze 3 miejsca, które dają awans do półfinału i Polki właśnie wywalczyły ten awans.
Well, Australia take the win just over a length up on China, and then China have 3/4 of a length up on Poland. That's the 1, 2, 3. They'll all go through to the AB semi-final, and then coming in for 4th place, we'll see France again in the repechage. Time now for the third and last heat for the women's 4. We've got Canada 1 in lane 1, New Zealand in 2, USA in 3, and Canada 2 in lane 4.
Trzeci i ostatni bieg eliminacyjny czwórek kobiet. Na torze pierwszym Kanada, na torze drugim Nowa Zelandia, na torze trzecim Stany Zjednoczone i na torze czwartym Kanada.
Well, 750 or so meters in, and it's another race to not be last as they come up towards perhaps 800 meters now, in fact.
It is indeed, and this new Canadian lineup leading the way. Canada boating 2 crews in this particular heat. In the all the experience in the Canadian first boat over on the far side. Drawn these athletes, 2 Olympic champions from the Canadian 8 in Tokyo. They've also taken a couple of athletes out of the double scull, so that's where the experience is. But pushing them hard, the New Zealand lineup in lane 2. The relatively inexperienced second Canadian boat. A couple of athletes coming out of the under-23 pair from last year, and the Americans trying to forge their way through, but just hanging on to that narrow lead. It's yet again, it's a commentator's curse, because while I've been describing the experience on board that Canadian boat, they've just been eclipsed by New Zealand, just moving through into first at halfway.
Na 1000 metrów z minimalną dosłownie przewagą Kanadyjki nad Nową Zelandią. Zaraz za nimi długość łodzi, zawodniczki ze Stanów Zjednoczonych i druga osada z Kanady. W składzie osady z Kanady z toru pierwszego startują zawodniczki mistrzynie olimpijskie z 8 z Tokio. Podobnie w składzie Nowej Zelandii mamy zawodniczkę wicemistrzynię olimpijską z 8.
It's fascinating to see, although as we've described, it's one of those races where only the last-based crew will have to face the additional race in the repechage. Such is the competitive nature of these athletes. They want to move through to the semi-final with the psychological advantage of having won their heat, as well as the physical advantage of having done so. And as I've been describing the scene, the Kiwis have increased their margin ahead of the leading Canadian boat. That's the 1-2 as they move through down the third quarter.
An absolutely exciting heat number 3 in the women's 4s. And of course, all of these countries just have strong sweep programs. So really exciting to see them line up against one another. It is New Zealand, as mentioned, that continues to open up their lead. They are at 36 strokes per minute, moving really well as they cross through the 1500. And then just behind them, well, it's the Canada 1 crew, then the USA, and back to Canada 2.
Niezwykle zacięta rywalizacja w tym wyścigu. Trudne warunki atmosferyczne, wiejący wiatr nie ułatwia tutaj jazdy zawodniczkom Nowej Zelandii, które prowadzą w tym wyścigu. Za nimi są pierwsza osada kanadyjska, później Amerykanki i troszeczkę z tyłu druga osada z Kanady, a zatem na prowadzeniu podopieczny pana trenera Matthew Camerona.
So 3 boats to advance, and Canada 2 currently out of that position. They're moving now, closing in on the final 300 or so meters in the race. New Zealand really holding on to that position, and I'd say at this point the USA and Canada 1 likely knowing that they'll move through. The USA puts their bow ahead of Canada. Pete, you'll have to sort that one out too. It's getting tight up there.
It really is. It's another race to not be last, and out in front, though, looking pretty comfortable in the lead. They were second through the 500, but really established their lead out in front. New Zealand, stroked by Phoebe Spoors. having a pretty comfortable race up in front. They've wound it up a bit now at 37 as they come into these red boys and looking for a solid sprint finish. Trying to go with them, though. Kelsey Relic in the stroke seat of the USA boat winds them up a little bit further, trying to really solidly establish that second place.
Proszę Państwa, 3 osady z tego wyścigu awansują do półfinału. Ostatnia osada będzie mierzyć się w popołudniowym repasażu i wydaje się, że pomimo fantastycznego startu, to osada z Kanady, która płynie na torze 4, zmierzy się w tym popołudniowym repasażu. Ostatnie metry tego wyścigu na prowadzeniu Nowa Zelandia, tuż za nimi Stany Zjednoczone i jako trzecie finiszują Kanadyjki z toru 1.
New Zealand take the win, a length ahead of the USA, and then we have Canada 1, a length and a quarter behind for third place. And that means Canada 2 will go through to the repechage. We move on now from the women's 4 to the first heat for the men's 4. We've got France, China 2, Netherlands 2, Germany, Netherlands 1 and Denmark.
Proszę Państwa, pierwszy bieg eliminacyjny 4 mężczyzn na torze 1, Francja na torze 2, Chiny na torze 3, Holandia na torze 4, Niemcy na torze 5, Holandia i na torze 6 Dania.
Only one to go through to the A final, and it's Netherlands 1 leading through 800.
Yeah, once again, what we're seeing is the selectors throwing their cards up in the air after the Tokyo Olympics and seeing the way they land, because the Netherlands boating 2 4s that appear in this particular heat, and these guys straight out of the Olympic 8 and the Olympic 4 that contested the A finals on the Sea Forest Waterway. And Netherlands won almost with clear water advantage ahead of their compatriots who were battling it out for second place alongside the relatively inexperienced German lineup. This new combination for them in lane 4. The leading trio, well, the best of the rest. Denmark on the grandstand side in lane 6, pretty much level with France, with China in 6th.
Na 1000 metrów prowadzi osada holenderska, tuż za nią Niemcy i druga osada Holandii. Te wszystkie osady startowały wcześniej w Belgradzie, w innych osadach, w 8, zajmując medalowe miejsca.
And the qualification rules for the men's 4s heats change once again, because it's only the first crew across the line in each case that will qualify direct for the A final. Rick Rinks in the stroke seat of Netherlands 1, setting his men down at 38 strokes a minute. That's being matched by 4 of the other crews on this lake, but the Dutch second boat have also gone for a bit of a push now, because they really are playing catch up now down the third quarter. But it's Netherlands 1 setting all the pace to the third quarter.
Rick Rinks of the Netherlands setting that punishing pace, 37 strokes per minute as they move through into the last 500 meters or so. Just one boat to advance to the A final, and it's looking really good for Netherlands 1's Rick Rinks with his brother Ralph Rinks in the bow, and of course their father Nico, considered one of the Netherlands' most accomplished rowers, so he'll be quite happy as they lead.
500 metrów do mety mają prowadzący Holendrzy, za nimi długość łodzi tracą Niemcy, następnie druga osada holenderska. Te 3 będą walczyć o awans do finału, bo tylko jedna z nich będzie bezpośrednio awansować, będzie w stanie awansować do finału. Na razie cieszą się Holendrzy, ale Niemcy mocno atakują, pozostałe osady troszeczkę z tyłu.
Closing in the last stretch of the race, and it's still looking good for that Netherlands 1 crew. It would take quite a bit of effort from Germany to contest for that one qualifying spot as they close in on the final stretch. So Pete, it's the Netherlands. They've had a great race from the start, and they're looking to take that qualifying position.
They are giving it everything. Rick Rinks in the stroke seat of that Netherlands 1 boat, still holding them at 37. They've got the better boat speed. Germany are going up to 37, 38, trying to contest it, but I just don't think they're going to match that boat speed in the Dutch as they go up to 38 now and find another 0.1 meters per second to try and push towards the line.
Proszę Państwa, w tym wyścigu liczy się tylko zwycięstwo, bowiem tylko jedna osada bezpośrednio awansuje do finału A i tak samo mocno jak zaczęła, tak samo mocno finiszuje reprezentacja Holandii płynąca na torze 5. Proszę Państwa, ostatnie pociągnięcia tej osady, za nimi Niemcy na miejscu 3. w tej chwili Holandia z toru 3.
Rick Rinks, Sander de Graaf, Ruben Knapp, and Ralph Rinks take the win here in this first heat for the men's four, 2 lengths ahead of Germany. So that means Netherlands 1 go through to the A final. We'll see Germany, Netherlands 2 here finishing in 3rd, followed by France in 4th, 5th place Denmark, and 6th place China 2. They'll go through to the repechage. On now to the second of the 2 heats for the men's 4. We've got lined up here Poland, China 1, Norway, Japan, Australia and the USA.
Proszę Państwa, drugi bieg eliminacyjny w konkurencji 4 mężczyzn to kolejny bieg z udziałem Polaków, którzy popłyną na torze pierwszym. Piotr Juszczak, Łukasz Posyłajka, Mikołaj Burda i Mateusz Wilęgowski. Na torze drugim Chiny, na torze trzecim Norwegia, na torze czwartym Japonia, na torze piątym Australia i na torze szóstym Stany Zjednoczone.
Well, there's no surprise to find Australia leading the way through 800.
Australia, the Olympic champions who took the gold medal last year on the Sea Forest Waterway, really stamping their authority on their opening heat and surely booking their place direct through to the A final. That'd be a major upset, wouldn't it, Pete, if they failed to do so here on the second day of racing here in Poznan. The Australians, 3 members of the crew survived from the gold medal lineup last year. They brought in Joseph O'Brien into the stroke seat. He contested the Olympic final in the Australian 8 last year, but these guys really pounding their way down the course with a clear water advantage ahead of the field. China just holding on to second place ahead of the new American lineup in lane 6. China, who took the bronze medal in the absence of the Australians 3 weeks ago in Belgrade. That's the leading trio, but only one to qualify. Australia look to have booked their place.
W połowie dystansu zdecydowanie prowadzą Australijczycy. W lekko zmienionym składzie mistrzowie olimpijscy z Tokio. Drugie miejsce w tej chwili osada z Chin, trzecie Amerykanie, czwarte Polacy, piąte Japonia, szósta Norwegia. Przypominam, że pierwsza osada wchodzi do finału, a pozostałych zobaczymy dzisiaj jeszcze w repasażach.
Well, the Australians have eased the pace back a little, but they still have the massive boat speed. They are the fastest crew on the water at the moment as the third quarter opens up, moving down within sight of Colleen.
The Australians showing no sign of slowing down, that's for sure. So moving along quite quickly at a nice 37, 38 strokes per minute. The battle behind them, well, that's between the USA and this China 1 crew, the crew from China capturing the bronze at the first World Cup. So there'll be one to keep an eye on as the regatta progresses. The Aussies, though, out ahead, leading. It's USA, coached by legendary US coach Tom Terhaar in second.
Polska osada Piotr Juszczak, Łukasz Posyłajka, Mikołaj Burda i Mateusz Wilęgowski na czwartym miejscu. Trener Wojtek Jankowski zmienił w porównaniu z Belgradem tą osadę. Za Damiana Józefowicza wskoczył Juszczak. Tam zajęli w Belgradzie czwarte miejsce. Na Igrzyskach Olimpijskich dwójka z nich, czyli Mikołaj i Mateusz, siódme miejsce. A zatem ciągłe zmiany. Polacy na razie na czwartym miejscu i oby w repesażu mieli więcej szczęścia na prowadzeniu mistrzowie z Australii.
So the Aussies continuing to hold that commanding lead. The US have gained a little bit of water. They've certainly pushed the Chinese a bit further back from them. But Pete, as they move towards you, it's just one to move on, and it's certainly the Aussies.
Yeah, they're looking great here, as we've heard already. They were 3 seconds quicker than the previous heat to 1500. So if that's anything to go by, the conditions being so similar, only these races separated 5 minutes apart, that's going to be something that the Dutch will be wanting to pay attention to when it comes to looking at that A final later in the weekend. But Australia holding a length up on the USA.
Proszę Państwa, łódka przewagi osady z Australii nad osadą ze Stanów Zjednoczonych. Te dwie osady walczą o zwycięstwo, ale wydaje się, że reprezentacji z Australii już nikt tego zwycięstwa nie zabierze i to tą osadę zobaczymy już na pewno w finale A Pucharu Świata w Poznaniu.
Australia take the win a length ahead of the USA, who had a cracking race. They moved from 4th at the 500 all the way up to finishing a comfortable 2nd behind Australia. The USA, nonetheless, will lead the way into the repechage to be joined by China, who crossed the line for 3rd, ahead of Poland coming in for 4th. They've got a length up on Japan, who'll cross the line here in 5th, ahead of Norway for 6th. Moving on now to the first of 3 heats for the women's double sculls. Lane 1 for Hungary, we've got Priel Vivian and Kramer Esther. Lane 2 for Netherlands 1, Rose de Jong and Leila Yusufu. Thailand in lane 3, Matinee Raroen and Parisa Champudsa. USA 2 in lane 4, Emily Dellerman and Emily Kalfelds. And then Netherlands 2 in lane 5, Karin Roberts and Minke Hollebom.
Proszę Państwa, pierwszy bieg eliminacyjny dwójek podwójnych kobiet. Na torze pierwszym Węgry, na torze drugim Holandia, na torze trzecim Tajlandia, na torze czwartym Stany Zjednoczone i na torze piątym Holandia.
Well, I can barely separate them on screen as they come up towards 7:50, other than to say that Netherlands won. That's Rose de Jong and Leila Yusufu currently out in front, but we're going to have to rely on our commentators out there in the middle of Lake Malta to tell us how they're separated going through 7:50.
Yes, the Dutch sculling selectors have once again jumbled up their squad a little, but de Jong and Yusufu, the new lineup rowing as Netherlands won. Well, they took the gold medal in Belgrade 3 weeks ago. Both of them Olympians. De Jong out of the bronze medal double from last year in Tokyo. Yusufu, who took a key part in the Dutch quad scull on that occasion. And here they are heading the field here on the Malta Lake ahead of their compatriots Robbers and Holleboom, who are in 2nd position. Qualification rules once again have changed here. It's the leading 3 scullers, leading 3 doubles across the line in each of these heats of the women's doubles that will progress direct to the next round, which is the semi-final. And the leading Dutch combination with Clear Water ahead of, look at this, Dellerman and Kalfelds. The relatively inexperienced Americans in lane 4 have just squeezed through ahead of the second Dutch boat for the first time in this race.
W połowie dystansu na prowadzeniu osada z toru drugiego, Holenderki, zwyciężczynie z poprzedniego Pucharu Świata z Belgradu, drugie zawodniczki ze Stanów Zjednoczonych i trzecia osada z toru piątego Holandii, na 4. miejscu Tajlandia.
Well, I just wonder whether the second Dutch boat will be content with that position, because surely they will look to qualify comfortably. Behind that leading trio, well, we've got the Hungarians, Priel Vivian and Kramer Esther in 4th place ahead of this new lineup from Thailand back in 5th position. Still setting the pace at a relatively relaxed 35 strokes a minute, De Jong and Yusufu leading the way for the Netherlands.
Jong and Yusufu, Robert, as you mentioned, took gold in the women's double most recently at Belgrade at the first World Cup. They doubled up and they took gold in the women's 8 as well. They're doubling up again here in the second World Cup in the women's double and the women's 8. So loads of racing experience already at the top of the season and looks to be paying off.
Na prowadzeniu oczywiście faworytki w tym wyścigu, czyli Holenderki, które ostatnio świetnie spisywały się także na Pucharze Świata w Belgradzie. Bardzo egzotyczna osada, De Jong i Josifu. No i tu 3 długości łodzi przewagi nad osadą z numerem 4, czyli drugą ekipą Stanów Zjednoczonych. Później są drugie zawodniczki z Holandii oraz reprezentacja Węgier.
Moving through 1500, De Jong and Yusuf first to cross through that threshold. As we know, it's 3 to advance. So the USA holding on to that second qualifying position, and the Netherlands 2 shell holding on to the third qualifying position. So that's the 1, 2, 3, Netherlands 1, USA 2, Netherlands 2. Would take quite a bit of effort at this point for Hungary running 4th to catch them, and then it's back to Thailand. Pete, over to you.
Thanks, Colleen. Yeah, the field rather spread out now. Priel, Vivian and Kramer Esther for Hungary, just in that fourth place. They're going for it, though. They've wound their rating up over 40 strokes a minute. The boat speed's coming with it, but just not quite the pace needed to eat away at the margin that they'd have to see if they wanted to get into that AB semi-final. So I think the position's looking relatively fixed now. It's just been a fantastic and dominating performance from Rose de Jong and Leila Yusufu of Netherlands 1, ticking it over at 34 strokes a minute, coming to the last 200.
I proszę Państwa, ten pierwszy wyścig eliminacyjny zbliża się do już linii mety. Tutaj na prowadzeniu osada z Holandii. Wyraźnie długie te prowadzenie. Już w tej chwili zawodniczki zmniejszyły trochę tempo i pewnie mkną po zwycięstwo. Pierwsze 3 miejsca to bezpośredni awans do półfinału. Pozostałe zawodniczki zobaczymy w repasażu.
Rose de Jong and Leila Yusufu, Netherlands 1, are going to take the win in this first heat for the women's double sculls. They've got perhaps a length and a half of clear water up on Emily Dellerman and Emily Kalfels of the USA. They're coming in for second place, and then they've got perhaps half a length of clear water up on Caroline Roberts and Minke Holleboom of Netherlands 2. So those 3 go through to the AB semi, and coming in for fourth place, we have over in lane 1, that's Priel Vivian and Kramer Esther of Hungary. And then in fifth place, Thailand's Matinee Raruen and Parisa Champutsa for Thailand. The second heat already well and truly underway for the women's double sculls. We've got Ireland, Japan 2, Switzerland, Germany 1 and Japan 1.
Proszę Państwa, drugi bieg eliminacyjny w konkurencji dwójek podwójnych kobiet i ponowna szansa dla 3 osad o bezpośredni awans do półfinału. Na torze pierwszym Irlandia, na torze drugim Japonia, na torze trzecim Szwajcaria, na torze czwartym Niemcy i na torze piątym Japonia.
Another good close race developing here, but Ireland leading the way through 800.
They are indeed fantastic to see Sanita Pushpure back in the seat for Ireland, rowing with her new partner Zoe Hyde in the double scull for the first time. Zoe Hyde from the Kilorglin club and rowing alongside the veteran Pushpure, who double world champion on previous occasions and leading the field at the halfway mark ahead of second place Germany.
Do 1000 metrów zbliżają się osady dwójek podwójnych kobiet. Na prowadzeniu Irlandki, na drugim miejscu Niemki, na trzecim Szwajcarki, na czwartym Japonia i ostatnie linię 1000 metrów mijają zawodniczki z drugiego toru Japonia.
Quite a little tussle going on behind them because Germany and Switzerland trading places for second and third. Schweitzer and Wettstein for Switzerland out of last year's world champion under 23 quad. Hunderling and Leupold for Germany, this new combination, and not the intended combination that the German selectors intended to boat here at Poznan, because after Pia Greiten's injury, the German selectors had to recombine the athletes they had taking part in this event, but Germany well up in contention and just marginally ahead of Switzerland for that vital second place at the moment. But it's still Ireland still hanging on to the lead as the third quarter opens up.
Yeah, what a great result for Germany if they can capture that second qualifying position. The tussle you mentioned, well, it's still going on between Switzerland and Germany. Ireland not at all phased. They're holding the lead. Germany currently running second. Then it's back to Switzerland and Japan just out of that qualifying position, at least at the moment, just shy of 500 to go.
Jeszcze 4 lata temu nasza najmocniejsza konkurencja kobieca dwójka podwójna. Teraz troszeczkę słabsza, ale teraz patrzmy, co się dzieje na torze. Irlandia na prowadzeniu, później walka zacięta o drugie miejsce pomiędzy reprezentacjami Niemiec oraz Szwajcarii. Podopieczny trenera Marcina Witkowskiego. Niemki na drugim miejscu, minimalnie wyprzedzając Szwajcarki. Te 3 osady powinny awansować do półfinału, ale uwaga na groźne Japonki, które płyną na torze piątym.
Japan looks to their right just to get a sense of how close Germany is, and if they can make a go for it, would take quite a bit of effort at this point to push them into that qualifying position. Ireland, no doubt about it, still holding that lead with Sanita Pushpe, 40 years old, loads of experience, and with Zoe Hyde in the stroke seat setting that rhythm. Germany running second, Switzerland running third, and Pete, it's looking like that's the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, looking pretty fixed here, although I don't want to yet discount entirely this Japanese combination. Oishi Ayami and Yonakawa Shiho, they're behind by perhaps half a length at this stage. They're coming to the last 300 meters to go. I don't think anybody's going to catch the Irish out in front. But the question is, can Japan put the pressure on Switzerland, Schweitzer and Wettstein as they come into this last 250, and also perhaps put the pressure on Hundling and Leupold for Germany?
Proszę Państwa, bardzo wyrównana końcówka tego wyścigu. Irlandia, Niemcy i Szwajcaria w tej chwili na 3 pierwszych miejscach, dających awans do półfinału. Jednak tutaj jeszcze sporo może się wydarzyć, bowiem strata Japonek płynących na torze piątym nie jest duża. Tak więc ostatnie 150 metrów. Irlandia cały czas na prowadzeniu. Tego zwycięstwa już tutaj chyba nikt im nie zabierze. Natomiast zobaczymy, kto zawalczy o drugie i trzecie miejsce.
Well, the sprint's on, but I think the boat speeds, as they stand at the moment, are going to see us still finish it with Ireland out in front, as we expected here. But I think Germany are going to hold on to second. And despite a great charge from Japan going up to 39 strokes a minute, Switzerland looking good for third. Crossing the line then, Ireland take the win, a length and a half up on Germany, who have half a length up on Switzerland. Then it's just a canvas back to Japan in fourth place. So that sees Ireland, Germany and Switzerland go through to the AB semi-final, and despite a great sprint from Japan 1, they'll go through to the repechage with Japan 2. Straight on then to the third of the three heats for the women's doubles. We've got China in 1, Poland in 2, Canada in 3, Norway 4 and the USA 1 in lane 5.
No i w końcu trzeci bieg eliminacyjny dwójek podwójnych kobiet, na który czekaliśmy najbardziej, bowiem na torze drugim zobaczymy Polki, Paulinę Chrzanowską i Katarzynę Boruch. Na torze pierwszym z kolei Chiny, na torze trzecim Kanada, na torze czwartym Norwegia i na torze piątym Stany Zjednoczone. 3 osady wywalczą awans bezpośredni do półfinału, także Polki walczą o pierwsze z 3 miejsc.
Well, there's very little separating the leading four as they go through 900.
At that mark. Now here's a little bit of a surprise because it's the relatively inexperienced new Canadian lineup of Shannon Kennedy and Mary-Lou DuVernay who are heading the field in the centre lane 3, but looking very strong indeed. The very experienced Cara Kola and Sofia Vitas for the USA, who are just nudging them out of the lead, are they? No, it is at that halfway mark. It is still Canada hanging on to that narrow lead. Helseth and Råvik for Norway, trying to forge their way between them and squeeze into third position, holding off the Polish challenge from the far side, along with China.
W połowie dystansu bardzo zacięta walka, minimalne różnice na prowadzeniu. Kanada z toru trzeciego, druga osada USA z toru piątego, trzecia Chiny, Polki ostatnie w tym biegu. Tutaj niewielka zmiana. W poprzednim Pucharze Świata z Kasią Boruch, z Pauliną Chrzanowską startowała Olga Michałkiewicz, teraz startuje Katarzyna Boruch. Dziewczyny na 5. pozycji.
Well, this battle between Canada and the USA doesn't show any signs of going away anytime soon. Kennedy and Duvernay really pushing it hard. They've taken the rate up to 37 against the USA at 35, but it's the Americans have had the advantage going through the third quarter, and Norway hanging on grimly in third position as China go for another push over on the far side. So we've got 4 crews absolutely in contention for those 3 leading places. Only Poland, I'm sad to say, way out of contention and knocked it on the head now as they move through down to 1500.
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic final 500 meters. As you say, 4 boats in contention for 3 spots. The USA, Cara Kohler, moving out of the single from Tokyo into the double sculls here at the second World Cup, and Sofia Vitas holding on to that first place position. They can see the battle behind them, but it's so tight.
Na prowadzeniu w tej chwili Amerykanki przed ekipą Norwegii, później są Chinki i Kanadyjki, a nowo utworzona osada przez trenera Jakuba Urbana, Paulina Chrzanowska i Kasia Boruch. Daleko, daleko z tyłu pan trener będzie musiał szukać dalej, bo tej osadzie daleko do słynnej złotej dwójki Magda Fularczyk, Natalia Madaj, Polki na 5. miejscu i jeszcze będą mieć szansę w repesażu.
Canada with such a quick start and now slipping back into 4th at the 500 to go. It's the US leading, then it's over to Norway, China holding on to that 3rd qualifying position. Pete, do the Canadians have a sprint in them?
Well, it's been a tough third 500 for them, hasn't it? Dropping back into 4th over the course of that 500, having led to the halfway point. And pressure's really on here because Zhu Yingying and Shen Shuangmei of China are looking very, very comfortable at 35 strokes a minute over on the far side. They're the ones in that danger seat of 3rd place behind USA and Norway.
Proszę Państwa, najmocniej rozpoczęły Kanadyjki. Z kolei w tej chwili prawdopodobnie plasują się na 4. miejscu, na 4., które już nie daje bezpośredniego awansu. Na torze pierwszym Chiny, które w tej chwili przyspieszyły i też walczą o to, żeby wyraźnie zaznaczyć swoje miejsce na tym Pucharze Świata. Na 1. miejscu w tej chwili Stany Zjednoczone, ale jeszcze 150 metrów do końca tego wyścigu. Z kolei Polki, Paulina Chrzanowska, Kasia Boruch w tej chwili na 5. miejscu. Tu już one nie liczą się w walce o zwycięstwo w tym biegu. Z kolei ostatnie metry tego wyścigu na 1. miejscu Stany Zjednoczone.
Well, what a sprint from China, moving up into 2nd, but crossing the line for the win. It's the USA's Cara Cole and Sofia Vitas, 3/4 of a length up on China, who have a canvas over Norway. That's the 1, 2, 3 going through to the AB semi-final. Despite a great push from Canada, they finish in 4th place ahead of Poland, and they'll go through to the repechage. We're straight now into the men's double sculls, and the first of 3 heats already well underway. We've got Germany 2 in lane 1, Australia in 2, Moldova in 3, USA 2 in lane 4, and Netherlands 1 in lane 5.
Proszę Państwa, dwójki podwójne mężczyzn. Na torze pierwszym Niemcy, na torze drugim Australia, na torze trzecim Mołdawia, na torze czwartym Stany Zjednoczone i na torze piątym Holandia. Pierwsze 3 osady awansują bezpośrednio do półfinału AB.
An exciting race developing here. It's Australia and Netherlands almost level coming up to halfway.
Yeah, Caleb Antill and Jack Cleary out of last year's Australian quad that took 3rd place in Tokyo, vying it out for top honours against 2 immensely experienced guys, Metzemarkers and Breuning for the Netherlands. Absolutely nothing to choose between these 2 doubles through the halfway mark. They've got about a length and a half advantage ahead of the relatively inexperienced 2nd American boat of Plihal and Williams, with Moldova and Germany 2 to making up the places.
Bardzo wyrównany bieg na prowadzeniu, 2 osady, kulka w kulkę. Osada australijska, brązowi medaliści z Tokio i Holendrzy tuż za nimi minimalnie, to też medaliści olimpijscy z Igrzysk Olimpijskich w Tokio, zaraz za nimi osada amerykańska.
Well, Stefan Breuning, who was a silver medalist in this event in Tokyo, he's in the stroke seat of the leading Dutch boat, setting the pace, 37 strokes a minute. And with his new partner, Koen Metzemarkers, out of the gold medal quad from last year, they really are setting the pace. And that neck-and-neck battle that they were having with the Australians at the halfway mark, this 3rd quarter is where they are really making it count. And they are opening up the advantage stroke by stroke. And the pace from those 2 leading doubles means they are drawing further and further away from the rest of the field, Colleen.
They're pushing the rest of the field back in style. So it continues to be this shell from the Netherlands, this combination with such experience as they come by where we're positioned at the 1500. Lots of power, good suspension, that rhythm really pushing them out. And then the crew from Australia in that comfortable 2nd position. It's back to the USA then, the USA out of lane 4, holding on to that 3rd qualifying position. Quite a young crew, but making it work.
Na półmetku, przepraszam, na dystansie 1500 metrów na prowadzeniu Holendrzy przed Australijczykami. Później są Amerykanie, Mołdawianie i uwaga, dopiero na 5. miejscu Niemcy. Prawdziwe trzęsienie ziemi w ekipie Republiki Federalnej Niemiec po Igrzyskach Olimpijskich w Tokio, gdzie były tylko 2 medale, a teraz nowa osada niemiecka, nowe rozdanie, no i zobaczymy, jak sobie będą dawać radę podczas tych regat.
Closing in on the final 250 meters. Does Australia have a sprint in them, or will the Netherlands win this?
Tough question. I mean, the Dutch have just been gradually moving up through the course of the last 1,000 meters. They're at 37, the Aussies at 38, half a length separating them into this last 200 meters here. But the real dividing line we've got our eyes on is that of third place, where the USA and Moldova are absolutely bow ball for bow ball coming into the last 150.
Proszę Państwa, i tutaj również duże emocje o bezpośredni awans do półfinału. Na prowadzeniu w tej chwili reprezentacja Holandii, tuż za nimi Australia, z kolei prawdziwe walka na torze trzecim i czwartym między Mołdawią i Stanami Zjednoczonymi, gdzie te dwie osady walczą o bezpośredni awans. Minimalnie z przodu Stany Zjednoczone.
Well, the Dutch are going to take the win here. They've got a length up on Australia across the line. That's the 1-2, and then a great push for the USA sees them hold on to third. In the end, a length ahead of Moldova, who take fourth place. Germany, too, coming in for fifth place over on the far side. So that will see the Netherlands, Australia, and the USA go through to the AB semi. Moving swiftly on now to the second of the three heats for the men's double sculls. We've got Hungary 1 in lane 1, Bulgaria in 2, Poland in 3, Netherlands 2 in lane 4, and Germany 1 in lane 5.
I kolejny bieg eliminacyjny dwójek podwójnych mężczyzn z udziałem polskiej osady. Na torze trzecim Mirosław Ziętarski i Fabian Barański. Tak więc dużo emocji w tym biegu. Na torze pierwszym Węgry, na torze drugim Bułgaria, na torze czwartym Holandia i na torze piątym Niemcy.
Well, it's been a great start for Mirosław Ziętarski and Fabian Barański for Poland, leading through 750.
Yes, Pete, good news for the home crowd here in Poznan, because two of the Polish Olympians leading the way home out of last year's double and quad. They came together and won a fantastic silver medal in Belgrade, and here they are leading their opening heat of the event here in Poznan. But not by much, because hot on their heels, Wolf and Appel, who've come together out of last year's German under-23 quad, as well as Max Appel from the open quad. They are hard on the heels of the Poles as they move through halfway.
W dwójkach podwójnych mężczyzn od startu prowadzą Polacy i właśnie mijają 1000 metrów, mając długość łodzi przewagi nad pozostałymi. Druga osada z Niemiec, trzecia Holendrzy, czwarta Bułgarzy i na piątej pozycji osada węgierska. Przypomnę tylko, że w tym składzie panowie Ziętarski i Baranowski zdobyli drugie miejsce w pierwszym Pucharze Świata w Belgradzie. Są to też finaliści Igrzysk Olimpijskich z Tokio.
Well, this is fascinating stuff, because I think if Ziętarski and Baranski thought they were going to get away with it by leading at the halfway mark and simply cruise home, the rest of the field are proving it otherwise, because a massive push by Molen Kromenhoek, the Dutch crew, the only one of the others apart from Poland who contested the Belgrade World Cup. The Dutch crew really have gone for a push at the halfway mark, closing hard on that Polish lead. Germany still not out of it by any means, but well in contention for one of the three qualification slots for the semi-final.
It's going to be an exciting final 600 meters or so for the local favorites, Poland. Waldek, my commentary partner here, we're cheering on this Polish crew and exciting to see them out in the lead as they close in just over 500 to go.
Bardzo miłe wieści z toru regatowego Malta. Fabian Barański, Mirosław Siętarski na prowadzeniu. 3/4 długości łodzi przewagi naszej osady. Nie, pół długości łodzi nad ekipą Holandii. Później są Niemcy i Bułgarzy z Emilem Nejkowem, tym świetnym mistrzem młodzieżowym świata w jedynce. A zatem Polacy świetnie dysponowani, Mirek i Fabian. I wydaje się, że ta ostatnia walka w Belgradzie z braćmi Sinkowiczami dobrze na nich płynęła. Teraz płyną spokojnie, kontrolują ten wyścig, prowadzą przed Holendrami, później są Niemcy i Bułgarzy. Tak będzie już do końca walka o te 3 czołowe miejsca, ale Polacy na pewno awansują.
Pete, this Polish crew will need the support of the grandstand. It's continuing to be Poland, but so close with the Netherlands running second, then back to Germany.
Yeah, Gus Molle and Guillaume Kromenhoek for Netherlands 2, starting to contest that lead. They were last through the 500 and are now pushing up to almost a bow ball, maybe a little bit more ahead of Poland in this push for the line now. 3 to go through, so there's not really a need for them to give it absolutely everything. The race is going to be down to Germany and Bulgaria.
Proszę Państwa, kulka w kulkę w tej chwili osady z Polski i Holandii walczą o zwycięstwo w tym biegu. W tej chwili Polacy minimalnie z przodu, 1-2 metry w tyle. Jednak w tej chwili prędkość łodzi wyrównuje się i czy na tych ostatnich metrach Polacy zawalczą jeszcze o zwycięstwo w tym biegu? Proszę Państwa, wydaje się, że jednak to zwycięstwo oddadzą. W tej chwili już 4-5 metrów straty. Jednak co jest najważniejsze w tym wyścigu? To jedno z pierwszych 3 miejsc, które daje bezpośredni awans do półfinału. Polacy na drugim miejscu.
All 4 of these boats at 40 strokes a minute, but the Dutch making it to the line first. Half a length up on Poland, who have half a length on Germany. So those 3 go through to the AB semi-final, and a length behind them we then find Bulgaria for 4th place, and coming in for 5th we'll have Hungary 1, and they'll go through to the repechage. Hungary crossing the line here to close out the second heat of the men's double sculls. The third heat already underway, where we've got Estonia in lane 1, USA 1 in lane 2, China in 3, Croatia in 4, and Hungary 2 in lane 5.
Trzeci i ostatni bieg eliminacyjny dwójek podwójnych mężczyzn. Na torze pierwszym Estonia, na torze drugim Stany Zjednoczone, na torze trzecim Chiny, na torze czwartym Chorwacja i na torze piątym Węgry.
Well, it's absolute domination thus far, with Martin and Valent Sinkovic for Croatia leading through 800.
Yes, Pete, and when was the last time we heard that? I mean, anybody who knows anything at all about rowing will know that the Sinkovic brothers dominate every single event they enter, whether it's the double sculls, as it is here, or whether it is the men's pairs. They took the Olympic title in this boat event 6 years ago in Rio. They immediately switched to the men's pair. They won the Olympic title in Tokyo, and here they are back in the double and leading their opening heat here in Poznan by clear water ahead of the rest of the field. The best of the rest, well, that's the Hungarian lineup on the grandstand side, the new combination of Ax Christoph and Baxo Marte, who are in turn just over a length ahead of the new Estonian lineup. Now, here's a bit of a surprise. Stefan Kruger in the bow seat, raced for Germany, teaming up with the veteran Kaspar Taimsu in the stroke seat, the Estonian that we've seen over very many years, raced in the quad at Tokyo last year, but that Estonian lineup currently third.
Na 1000 metrów faworyci tego biegu, można by powiedzieć, że też faworyci chyba tej konkurencji w Pucharze Świata w Poznaniu. Osada chorwacka, bracia Sinkowicz, medaliści złoci Igrzysk Olimpijskich w innej konkurencji męskiej, w dwójce Besternika. W tym roku zmienili osadę na dwójkę podwójną. Na drugim miejscu Węgrzy, na trzeciej pozycji Estonia, na czwartej Stany Zjednoczone i ostatnie na 1000 metrach Chiny.
The Sinkovic brothers pounding down the course at 39. They don't just want to win, they want to win in style. Only the Americans can match their pace, 38 strokes a minute currently, but the Americans way out of contention surely for one of the 3 leading places. Croatia leading the way.
The Sinkovich brothers looking so strong as they close in, moving through that 1,500-meter mark in just a few strokes. Fantastic to see them have a great first 500. They led at the 500 down and at the 1,000. That wasn't always the case in the earlier rounds in Belgrade in the first World Cup. So the additional race experience, of course, just their dynasty in general. They perfected that first 500, and it's led them into a pretty big margin over the rest of the field.
Od 4 lat niepokonani multimedaliści Mistrzostw Świata i Igrzysk Olimpijskich, bracia Martin i Walent Sinkowiczowie pewnie prowadzą w tym wyścigu kilka długości łodzi przewagi, a kto może pokonać tych Chorwatów? No tylko nasza osada, Fabian Barański, Mirosław Ziętarski, ale to dopiero w finale.
So Croatia running first at the 500, then it's Hungary and back to the USA running third. 3 to qualify. Looking like it'll be the USA, Pete, but Estonia, we may well see a sprint from them.
Yeah, it's annihilation here by Croatia's Sinkovic brothers, Martin and Valont. They're 20 seconds faster to 1,500, a bit less than that, than the previous heats. And it's just so impressive here. Their open water margin is enormous. Nobody's going to touch them, but we'll just see how this battle between the USA and Estonia fetters out over on the far side of the course. On the near side, we can see Hungary looking relatively safe for second place.
I nikogo nie dziwią ostatnie metry tego wyścigu, gdzie Chorwacja pewnie płynie po zwycięstwo w tym biegu. Proszę Państwa, na kolejnych miejscach Chiny, Węgry, jednak tutaj też walka między Estonią i Stanami Zjednoczonymi o pierwsze z tych 3 miejsc dające awans do półfinału. Pozostałe osady zobaczymy w popołudniowych repasażu. Z kolei bracia Sinkowicz pewnie po zwycięstwo w tym biegu.
Martin and Valent Sinkovic ease off the pace down to 28 strokes a minute, crossing the line to win this third heat for the men's double sculls. A length and a quarter up on Hungary, who have half a length over the USA. That's the 1-2-3 going through to the AB semi. Estonia finishing fourth, a length ahead of China in fifth, and they go through to the repechage. We're now on to the first heat for the lightweight women's double sculls, where we've got Ireland, France, the Netherlands, China, Denmark and Japan too.
Proszę Państwa, pierwszy bieg dwójek podwójnych kobiet kategorii lekkiej. Na torze pierwszym Irlandia, na torze drugim Francja, na torze trzecim Holandia, na torze czwartym Chiny, na torze piątym Dania i na torze szóstym Japonia.
Last 30 seconds before the first heat for this lightweight women's double sculls. In lane one, where we've got Ireland's Lydia Heafy and Margaret Kremen, alongside France two. That's Aurélie Morizot and Susanna Duncan. Martien Veldhuis and Fedra van der Molen for the Netherlands in 3. Zhou Jacqui and Chu Xiuping for China in 4. Marie Mork Pedersen and Matilda Persson for Denmark in 5. And Kinota Sahoko and Onisha Kaho for Japan 2 in lane 6. There's the buzzer, unleashing them onto our 2K course. It's the first two to go through to the AB semi-final, so let's see how they get off the blocks here. It looks like a good, clean start across the field. Pretty level thus far. We'll see how they settle into that race pace.
Proszę Państwa, i wystartowały zawodniczki. Przypomnę, że w tym biegu liczą się 2 pierwsze miejsca, które dają awans, bezpośredni awans do półfinału. Jest to też konkurencja, w której zobaczymy 2 polskie osady. Już za 10 minut o 11:20 wystąpią 2 polskie osady, w tym Jessica Sobocińska, Zuzanna Jasińska, Wiktoria Kalinowska i Katarzyna Wełna. Polskie emocje już za 10 minut.
Well, it's the Netherlands out in front in the first 250. Not by much, though. They're not able to lead Heafy and Kremen behind of Ireland. The Dutch at 38. Ireland still up there over 40 strokes a minute. So it'll be interesting to see how those two settle down into their rhythm. France holding perhaps half a length behind them as we come up towards 400 metres in. They're down at 38 strokes a minute. Morizot and Duncan, they'll be looking to try and keep terms with the Netherlands and Ireland into this first 1,000 metres at least, to try and keep pace for one of those 2 positions through to the AB semi-finals. The rest, of course, will have the opportunity to race it out in the repechage for those few places into the semis later on this weekend. But as the race starts to really settle, we see the Dutch, Veldhuis and Van der Molen, drop down to 36 strokes a minute. They're maintaining that boat speed and trying to build to beyond this canvas ahead of Ireland that they hold through 500.
Proszę Państwa, tutaj liczą się te 2 pierwsze miejsca i na razie największe szanse na te 2 pierwsze miejsca ma osada z Holandii płynąca na 3. miejscu, a tuż za nimi Irlandki płynące na torze pierwszym. Minuta 39 to jest czas po pierwszej 500, jednak tutaj jeszcze wiele może się wydarzyć, bowiem składka jest pełna bardzo doświadczonych zawodniczek.
Field starting to spread out now as they come up towards 700 metres in. The Netherlands leading the way. But the question is, Robert, can the French get back on terms?
Yeah, Pete, this race is all about the Netherlands and Ireland, isn't it? Who look to book their places direct through to the semi-final long since. Now, can France, as you say, come back on terms? What's interesting for me about this race is the way in which the existing crew lineups that we saw compete at Belgrade are being eclipsed by the crews who were not present on that occasion, and in most cases who put together new lineups for this particular regatta. So the Netherlands, who are leading, Martina Veldhuis, her partner Fedra van der Molen in the stroke seat, just 18 years of age, and this lineup really is cracking on, 35 strokes a minute. The Irish, for their part, Lydia Heafy and Margaret Kremen, couple of pips higher over on the far side, hanging on grimly to 2nd place. Kremen in the stroke seat, the only one of these 12 athletes who contested the Tokyo Olympics ended up in the B final in 8th place overall, but still sitting 2nd at the moment, half a length back on the Dutch. forging their way through into third place. Well, that's China, who finally come back into their own. Silver medalists in Belgrade and are moving through now. Can they challenge either of the two leading crews for one of those vital qualifying slots?
Na 1000 metrach pierwsze 4 osady na zaczepieniu łodzi. Bardzo wyrównana walka. Prowadzą w tej chwili Holenderki, na drugim miejscu Irlandki, na trzeciej pozycji Chinki, na czwartej Francuski z trochę większą stratą. Na torze piątym Dunki i Japonki są w tej chwili ostatnie w stawce na 1000 metrów.
Well, we were talking, could France come back on terms, but they were caught napping by China, who've moved through by about half a boat length up on France and are there now ready to tackle the leading duo, who are still the Netherlands and Ireland. But they've both seen them coming. Ireland have responded by raising their rate to 37 briefly against China at a mere 33. But China certainly have the boat speed at that lower rate. They are some 0.2 meters per second faster than any of the other crews on the water, and things looking dangerous, and China come up alongside Netherlands, Colleen.
China puts their bow ahead of Netherlands just for a moment. Netherlands doesn't quite like that and responds. And then on the far side, out of lane one, you have Ireland keeping a keen eye on all of this unfolding. So 3 boats in contention, 2 spots. China leads. Is it China or Ireland? Your pick, and the Netherlands running third.
Niezwykle zacięta rywalizacja w tym wyścigu. Na prowadzeniu Irlandki o dzióbek łodzi przed Chinkami. Później są ze stratą niewielką Holenderki oraz Francuski o te 2 miejsca. W półfinale będzie to niezwykle zacięta walka. Na razie Irlandki, ale naprawdę ta przewaga jest bardzo minimalna nad coraz szybciej płynącymi Chinkami, które były drugie na Pucharze Świata w Belgradzie.
So China at the 504th, then moving into third at the 1000, then into second, and now leading in this last quarter of the race. The Irish running second, and the question of the French, Pete, that you posed at the start of the race, well, they've moved into third. It's Netherlands now in fourth.
Yeah, who'd have thought we'd see the Dutch drop back this far from first to fourth, but that is just such a solid push from China, moving up from fourth to first. They haven't quite left the Irish behind, though. Heafy and Kremen still in touch with them. There's perhaps a foot separating them at the front of the field, and the French trying to get back in the action. They're starting to lift the rating, but China are out in front with the better boat speed, only at 34 strokes a minute, so we might see another gear from them in a minute.
Proszę Państwa, niesamowity występ w postaci wyścigu Chinek, które rozpoczęły od 3. miejsca, po czym po kolei z każdym kolejnym metrem doścignały te pierwsze płynące wtedy Holenderki, by teraz ewidentnie płynąć na 1. miejscu po zwycięstwo w tym biegu eliminacyjnym. Na 2. miejscu Irlandia, na 3. Francja, ale tutaj jeszcze walka może odegrać się właśnie o to miejsce dające awans do półfinału.
Well, it just shows the strength in this Chinese lightweight women's double scull. Such a low rating, but they've continued to pull away from the field. They're nearly a length up on Ireland as they come in to take the win in this first heat for the lightweight women's doubles. They lead the way into the AB semi-final, where they'll be joined by Ireland. And then in third place, we have France, a length and a half ahead of the Netherlands. 5th place, we have Japan 2 ahead of Denmark. So we'll see the rest of those in the repechage.
Szanowni Państwo, uprzejma prośba o właściciela samochodu BMW DL 1459G, aby przeparkował swój samochód w miejsce do tego dozwolone. Jeszcze raz, uprzejma prośba właściciela samochodu BMW DL 1459G o przeparkowanie samochodu.
The second heat for the lightweight women's doubles is already well underway. We've got Japan 1 in lane 1, Austria in 2, Norway in 3, the Czech Republic in 4, and Switzerland in lane 5.
Drugi bieg eliminacyjny, dwójka podwójna kobiet kategorii lekkiej. Na torze pierwszym Japonia, na torze drugim Austria, na torze trzecim Norwegia, na torze czwartym Czechy i na torze piątym Szwajcaria.
Positions already chopping and changing quite a lot in this race so far, but currently leading, it's Switzerland, not by much, coming up towards halfway.
Really have the form book on their side, because they are the only one of these combinations that contested the Tokyo Olympics. They won the B final on that occasion, and here they are heading the field in the Poznan World Cup. But pressing them hard, this is a Bit of a surprise here to see Lara Tiefenthaler and Valentina Kavala of Austria over there in lane 2, sitting just about a third, or maybe is it half a length back in second place. Chinkova and Neuhortova for the Czech Republic forging their way through in third, half a length up on Norway with Japan fifth.
Na 1000 metrów prowadzą faworytki tego biegu Szwajcarki, 7. zawodniczki Igrzysk Olimpijskich w Tokio. Na drugim miejscu w tej chwili Austriaczki. Na trzeciej pozycji Czeszki. To są zawodniczki, które w Pucharze Świata w pierwszym Pucharze Świata zajęły 6. miejsce i one będą walczyć dzisiaj jeszcze o pierwsze 2 miejsca premiujące wejście do finału.
Well, it's still, this positions are unchanged in the lead because Switzerland hanging on in there ahead of Austria. But let's not write off the Czech Republic because we saw some surprises in that previous heat, and I dare say that Chinkova and Neuhortova could still be in with a surprise here. What do you think, Kali?
I think that's right. They're running third. They have been running third as they move now through the third quarter. We might see them start to turn it up and really increase the stroke rate. They're at a cool 35 right now, and the rest of the field generally a beat or so higher than them, at least with the exception of the Swiss, who are a little bit lower and really getting the job done with power. Again, not surprising to see the Swiss out ahead. They have loads of experience. They certainly know each other quite well, know each other's styles, rowing together in the Olympic Games, winning the B final in the lightweight women's double. So it's Switzerland, continues to be Austria holding on to that second qualifying position, and Czech Republic still running third.
500 metrów do mety mają młode wioślarki i na prowadzeniu ekipa z Szwajcarii. Za nią Austriaczki, później rozpędzające się Czeszki Cinkowa i Neuhortowa, które w Pucharze Świata zajęły ostatnio w Belgradzie 6. miejsce. One teraz zdecydowanie przyspieszają, wyprzedzają Norweżki, daleko z tyłu Japonki, ale zatem walka o 2 czołowe miejsca pomiędzy Szwajcarkami, Austriaczkami oraz Czeszkami.
So Switzerland now closing in on the final stages of their race. At the 500-meter mark, they ran second, then moved into first by the halfway point and are cruising toward the line. That second qualifying position, well, it's looking really good for Austria. And Pete, the Czech, maybe now running out of time.
Yeah, running out of time and distance to try and close in because Austria just looking so confident and strong. They're still ticking it over 37, 38 strokes a minute. Lara Tiefenthaler, Valentina Kavala holding second behind this great performance from Patricia Merz and Frederik Roll of Switzerland, who have over a length lead at the front of the field.
Szwajcaria, Austria i Czechy. W tej chwili te 3 pierwsze osady na pierwszych miejscach, z kolei tylko 2 awansują bezpośrednio do półfinału. Czy uda się Czeszkom jeszcze zawalczyć o to drugie miejsce? Wydaje się, że będzie to ciężkie zadanie, bowiem Austriaczki płyną szybko, tempo 37, 38 i nieco powiększają swoją przewagę nad Czeszkami. Na pierwszym miejscu od początku wyścigu bez zmian Szwajcaria.
No real push from the Swiss here. They still hold their race rhythm at 34 strokes a minute, and they're holding off any charge from those crews behind them. And they're going to take the win in this second heat for the lightweight women's double sculls. Passing the grandstand now. They've got a length and a half up on Austria. That's the 1-2 progressing through to the AB semi-final. Coming in for third place then, a length down, we have the Czech Republic. They cross the line in third, half a length ahead of Norway for fourth. And then a couple of lengths back to Japan 1 for fifth, and we'll see them in the rep. Third heat now for the lightweight women's double sculls, the last of the 3 heats. We've got Germany 1 in lane 1, Australia in 2, USA in 3, Poland 1 in lane 4, and Poland 2 in lane 5.
I trzeci i ostatni bieg eliminacyjny dwójek podwójnych kobiet kategorii lekkiej. Bieg, na który najbardziej czekaliśmy, bowiem tutaj 2 osady polskie. Na torze pierwszym Niemcy, na torze drugim Australia, na torze trzecim Stany Zjednoczone, na torze czwartym Polki Jessica Sobocińska, Zuzanna Jasińska i na torze piątym Polki Wiktoria Kalinowska, Katarzyna Wełna. Proszę Państwa, 800 metrów wyścigu na prowadzeniu w tej chwili Stany Zjednoczone, jednak strata Polek. Najpierw Wiktorii Kalinowskiej, Kasi Wełny, później Jessiki Sobocińskiej, Zuzi Jasińskiej nie jest duża. Czekamy na drugą część tego wyścigu.
Well, they're coming up towards the 1,000 meters. Australia were leading at 500, but the USA have had a great second 500, now pushing out to the lead.
Yes, the Olympic finalists Reckford and Setzer are leading by half a length ahead of this Australian combination. Annika Reardon and Lucy Coleman making their international debut. Obviously a crew to watch for the future, but they went off very hard indeed. But then the American experience began to show, and Reckford and Setzer now lead by half a length ahead of the Australians. They're in the two leading qualifying places, followed by the two Polish crews.
Po 1000 metrów prowadzą Amerykanki, to są piąte zawodniczki Igrzysk Olimpijskich w Tokio, potem Australijki, potem dwie osady polskie i dopiero osada niemiecka na 5. miejscu. Osady polskie są w zmienionym składzie, zamieniły się miejscami. Panie trenerzy szukają najlepszego, najszybszego rozwiązania. Mam nadzieję, że panie włączą się do walki o miejsce premiowane wejściem do finału.
Fascinating to see the Polish selectors here, because these four athletes contested the double sculls 3 weeks ago, but in different crew combinations. One finished with a bronze medal, the other finished in 4th position. The margin here in this opening heat, if that's anything to go by, seems a little wider, so it'll be interesting to see how the season progresses for them. But the race progressing for the Americans in fine form here, as Reckford and Setzer lead to 1500.
Closing in now, just coming through that 1500 meter down. It is the combination from the USA, Reckford and Michelle Setzer in the stroke seat. As you mentioned, Robert, in the final at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, where they finished 5th. So certainly accustomed to rowing with one another. Holding on to that second place position continues to be Australia, and the gap just opening up between these two Polish crews.
Cały czas na prowadzeniu Amerykanki, na drugim miejscu są Australijki, która to jest zupełnie nowa osada. Na trzecim miejscu już Polki Kasia Wełna i Wiktoria Kalinowska. Polki zbliżają się do Australijek. Będzie ciekawie na tych ostatnich metrach. Później są nowa osada niemiecka trenera Marcina Witkowskiego i druga osada polska Zuzanna Jasińska, Jessica Sobocińska.
Closing in now, final 250, 300 meters or so. The Americans at a cool 32 strokes per minute, so lengthening out. It's looking like a win for them in this heat. 2 to move on, so it's looking good for the USA and Australia.
Yeah, pressure would be really on if we were to see Velna and Kalinowska of Poland too trying to get in touch with Australia. That Polish two combination on the near side of the course are currently riding in 3rd place, but it's just looking like the pace is too quick at the front of the field with the USA and Australia out in front.
Stany Zjednoczone i Australia, te dwie osady na prowadzeniu i na miejscach dających awans do półfinału. Polki na torze 4., na torze 5. już bez szans o awans, ale osady będą miały jeszcze zawalczyć dzisiejszego popołudnia o awans do półfinału.
The USA, a very low rate of striking here. They're at 33 compared to the rest of the field who are pushing to try and get into contention. We've got the Aussies at 37, Poland 2 at 36, but the USA's Setzer and Reckford just look so comfortable, and they're just maintaining great rhythm and boat speed, coming to cross the line a length ahead of Australia. That's the 1-2, and then a length behind Australia we have Poland 2 for 3rd. They'll go through to the repechage and be joined by Germany coming in for 4th place, and then in 5th place Poland 1. That was the lightweight women's double sculls. We're on to the first of the heats for the lightweight men's double sculls next. India 2 in lane 1, USA in lane 2, Australia in 3, Denmark in 4, Germany in 5 and Estonia in lane 6.
A teraz kolejna pierwszy z 3 biegów w konkurencji czwórek, w konkurencji dwójek podwójnych mężczyzn w kategorii lekkiej. Na torze 1 Indie, na torze 2 Stany Zjednoczone, na torze 3 Australia, na torze 4 Dania, na torze 5 Niemcy i na torze 6 Estonia.
Well, there's nothing separating Denmark and Germany, with Australia perhaps a canvas down as they come up towards the 1,000-metre mark.
Yeah, this new German combination looking very sharp indeed. Paul Lehrkamp in the bow seat out of last year's under-23 quad with his new partner Arno Gauss at stroke, and they are squeezing into the lead ahead of the Danish double that took 8th place 3 weeks ago in Belgrade. Behind them, well, it's the Australians Matthews and Harding look well up in contention ahead of the USA fourth.
Na 1000 metrów minimalna przewaga Niemców w nowym składzie. Druga osada jest Danii. Ona zajęła w pierwszym Pucharze Świata 8. miejsce. Na 3. miejscu Australia, na 4. Stany Zjednoczone, na 5. Estonia i na 6. Indie.
The Americans not content with 4th position. They have put in a punishing burst. They've taken the rate right up. Well, they were briefly at 41 for a minute, but it's not being translated into boat speed, and it's certainly not altering the leading positions. Germany leading Denmark as we move through down the third quarter.
Yes, the USA holding a 40-41 stroke per minute rate of striking well into the third quarter of this race, closing in on the final 500 meters, but indeed that not translating to boat speed. Germany, the quickest moving boat on the course at a nice long 36 strokes per minute as they close in, and then it continues to be Denmark, their closest threat. Well, the USA or Estonia, your pick, running third.
Ciekawa rywalizacja w dwójkach podwójnych mężczyzn wagi lekkiej na prowadzeniu. Nowa osada niemiecka Lehrkamp Gauss, która wyprzedza o pół długości łodzi Duńczyków, którzy ostatnio Pedersen Modest zajęli 8. miejsce na Pucharze Świata, a następnie ekipa Estonii, później Amerykanie, następnie Australijczycy. To zupełnie nowa osada i daleko z tyłu Hindusi, którzy włączyli się tutaj do rywalizacji. W Pucharze Świata ostatnio w Belgradzie zajęli 13. miejsce, ale bardzo się cieszymy, że nasi goście z Indii przyjechali do Poznania.
So Germany not the quickest off the line. That was Denmark, but able to move into that first place position and hold. Denmark holding on now in third. It's Estonia, Pete, with such a push at the end.
Yeah, a great performance from them. Ander Koppel and Ella Loth now pushing up and into that second place position. Where do they come from through that third 500, particularly as they were 5th through the 1,000, and they've now moved up, and it's the USA in the danger zone, looking like they'll be going into the rep.
I tutaj, proszę Państwa, duże emocje. Najszybsza osada, a jednocześnie też najmłodsza osada z Niemiec. W tej chwili mknie po zwycięstwo w tym biegu. Tuż za nimi na torze 6 Estonia. Te osady płyną obok siebie i tutaj widzimy, że Estończycy patrzą, czy mają jeszcze szansę zająć te pierwsze miejsce w tym wyścigu. Ale proszę Państwa, spójrzmy jeszcze na osadę Stanów Zjednoczonych płynącą na turze drugim, która w tej chwili rozpoczęła mocny finisz.
So we could see Estonia take the win here. They're really closing in on Germany. Not managing to leave behind the USA. It's between these three boats for 2 places. Let's see what happens in the last 30 meters or so. Germany having a quick look around them. They're comfortable for the win, but it's absolutely neck and neck between the USA and Estonia. I see it as the USA across the line, but not by much at all. We'll have to wait for the official results to separate that. Germany took the win in 6:17.52. Small position still coming through. 4th place was Denmark ahead of 5th place Australia, and then India coming in for 6th. Official results confirm that it is Germany took the win, the USA took 2nd place, and that means that the rest will go through to the rep. And we're going to jump on now to the second of the 3 heats for the lightweight men's doubles. We've got India 1 in lane 1, Austria in lane 2, Norway 1 in lane 3, France 1 in 4, and Japan 1 in lane 5.
I przed nami drugi bieg eliminacyjny. Na torze pierwszym Indie, na torze drugim Austria, na torze trzecim Norwegia, na torze czwartym Francja i na torze piątym Japonia. 2 osady przejdą do półfinału.
So much chopping and changing in the positions. Robert, it's almost impossible to work out who's going to be in those places through to the AB semis.
It is, but France seem to have the upper hand through this second quarter. Ferdinand Ludwig in the stroke seat out of last year's under-23 double, setting the pace there in the French boat, currently at 37, with his new partner Hugo Burry in the bow seat. We last saw him in the single at Lucerne last year. It was so narrow, just as you said, Pete, and as I've been describing the scene, Benske and Thiem for Norway, another new combination have just taken the lead. So the 1-2 through the halfway mark, Norway leading France.
Na 1000 metrów prowadzą Norwegowie. Na drugim miejscu osada Francji. Na trzecim Austriacy, na czwartym Japonia, na piątym osada z Indii. Austriacy to jest 7. osada z Pucharu Świata tegorocznego. Norwegowie zdobywali medale w Pucharze Świata w Sabaudi w 2001 roku w tym składzie.
They really put the foot on the gas, did the Norwegians, and they did it just in advance of the halfway line. They took the rate up to 38. I've still got France down at 35, but the Norwegian boat speed is not being maintained. They're just doing enough to sit on that lead, but that push means that Norway and France have moved further and further away from the field. The best of the rest, well, I can't pick between Austria and Japan for third place right now, but both those doubles have got a long, long way and a lot of work to do inside the third quarter if they're going to move into one of the qualification slots.
It's looking so good for Norway up in front, 38 strokes per minute, maintaining that boat speed, that pace that we saw earlier in the burst to just edge them out over the French. So those two quite content to be up in front of the rest of the field. The French a little bit lower, longer, 35. So it's Norway, France, and then back behind them, well, the battle between Austria and Japan continues.
Ciekawa rywalizacja w kolejnym, drugim wyścigu dwójek podwójnych wagi lekkiej na prowadzeniu Norwegowie, którzy mają sporą przewagę nad drugimi Francuzami. Później o trzecie miejsce walczą Austriacy, dopiero Austriacy, którzy powinni być troszeczkę bardziej z przodu, i Japończycy. Daleko z tyłu Hindusi, którzy zajęli 11. miejsce ostatnio na Pucharze Świata i także 11. na ostatnich Igrzyskach Olimpijskich w Tokio.
So closing in on the final stretch of the race, it is the Norwegians running first, the French holding on to that second qualifying position, looking like those two, barring any mistakes, will advance. And then, Pete, you'll have to sort out the Japan-Austria battle happening behind. It's looking good for Japan.
It is looking good for Japan. They're at the moment only a nose out ahead of Austria for that third place. I mean, they'll be going through to the repechage because this is one of the most clear-cut races we've had so far today in terms of who's progressing to the AB semi and who isn't. I mean, Norway and France have a really commanding lead here as they come into the last 150. I can't see anything changing here, particularly as we're now seeing Norway go up to 38 strokes a minute and put in a bit of a push.
I tutaj, proszę Państwa, bez wątpliwości, kto awansuje do półfinału. Norwegia i Francja w tej chwili na 2 pierwszych miejscach. Osadą zostało zaledwie 50 metrów do końca tego wyścigu. Na miejscu drugim, proszę Państwa, Japonia, Austria. Te osady płyną równo, natomiast obie bez szans na awans do półfinału.
Well, Norway are going to take the win here. They cross the line in this second heat for the lightweight men's double sculls with perhaps 2.5 lengths of clear water up on France 1. Those two go through to the AB semi-final. This battle for third place looks as though Austria is just going to take it. It's a canvas as we come up to the line here. Austria do cross it for third place. Half a length in the end ahead of Japan for fourth. And then coming in for fifth place, we have India 1, and we'll see them again in the repechage. Third and last heat now for the lightweight men's double sculls. Japan 2 in lane 1, Ukraine in lane 2, Norway 2 in lane 3, Switzerland in lane 4 and France 2 in lane 5.
I ostatni bieg eliminacyjny w konkurencji dwójek podwójnych mężczyzn kategorii lekkiej. Na torze pierwszym Japonia, na torze drugim Ukraina, tor trzeci to Norwegia, na torze czwartym Szwajcaria i na torze piątym Francja. Proszę Państwa, bardzo wyrównany start.
Well, it's a much tighter field coming through 800, but Japan out in front.
Yes, Pete, Japan have sent a big squad here to this second World Cup of the 2022 season, and the lightweight men's doubles is always that has proved so far to be their best boat class, and Hira, Nishimura and Furuta leading the way at the halfway mark. But as you said earlier, it's a very close battle. Schäuble and Strutzina, the new Swiss combination that took the gold medal in Belgrade, they are sitting in second place, or are they? Because it is so tight as the four leading doubles move through the halfway mark. I think the four crews were within a metre of each other. It was so tight. Only Norway just 2/3 of a length back in fifth.
Jak zacięty i wyrównany bieg na 1000 metrów. Trzeci przedbieg dwójek podwójnych wagi lekkiej mężczyzn. Tylko osada norweska ze stratą długości łodzi. Pozostałe osady kulka w kulkę na 1000 metrów prowadzą Japończycy.
Well, out of that scramble at the halfway mark as the third quarter unfolds, it's Kmara and Kovalov for Ukraine, consistent contenders in this lightweight men's boat class. Indeed, they contested the B final in Tokyo last year. They were A finalists in Belgrade, and they are trying to eke out the advantage, but taking the Swiss with them. Schäuble and Strutzina. Schäuble, an under-23 contender last year, and they are hanging on grimly to take the two semi-final places, with Japan now in third, Colleen.
So tightly packed as they close out the third quarter and look to move into the last quarter. And yes, fantastic to see this Ukraine combination back together again for the second World Cup. As you mentioned, they raced in the A final in Belgrade, where they finished fifth. They've been training with support of the Bulgarian Federation in Bulgaria, and they're coming down in style. They'll be first to cross into the last 500.
Trenujący w Poznaniu Ukraińcy Igor Kmara oraz Stanisław Kowalow na prowadzeniu, za nimi Szwajcarzy, którzy wygrali Puchar Świata ostatnio w Belgradzie, Schäuble, Struzina, no i kolejni już troszeczkę ze stratą Japończycy, Norwegowie oraz Francuzi. Tam walka z przodu pomiędzy Ukraińcami oraz Szwajcarami.
Ukraine kicks it up to 37 strokes per minute. The Swiss running with them, just a few meters behind at 37 as well. In fact, the Swiss moving a little bit faster. So, Pete, as they come towards you in the tower, we'll see if the Swiss edge their bow just ahead of Ukraine.
Well, the Swiss also received a yellow card for being late at the start, but as I like to say, they're not going to be late at the finish. They're here moving up and perhaps taking the lead from Ukraine's Igor Kmara and Stanislav Kovalov into this last 250. It's going to be a battle for the leadership of this race between those two boats, but I can't see any of the trailing three getting into contest for the AB semis.
Niesamowicie zaciekła walka na ostatnich metrach tego wyścigu. Proszę Państwa, Ukraina czy Szwajcaria? Ukraina czy Szwajcaria? Szwajcarzy to zwycięzcy z Pucharu Świata w Belgradzie, z pierwszego Pucharu Świata w tym roku. Natomiast tutaj w tym biegu wydaje się, że to Ukraina przyjechała w nieco lepszej dyspozycji. Okaże się na ostatnich 100 metrach.
Well, it's a big response from Ukraine. Stanislav Kovalov takes them up over 38 and sees them push back against the Swiss into this last 50 or so meters, really looking to set the expectation when it comes to the semi-finals later this weekend, as Ukraine pull out now to nearly 3/4 of a length as we come up towards the line. Ukraine are going to take the win ahead of Switzerland. It's half a length in the end between those two. And then a length and a half of clear water back, and we find France 2 cross the line for third, just ahead of Japan 2 for fourth, and then maybe a foot in it or half a metre to back to Norway in fifth place. That was, of course, the third heat for the lightweight men's double sculls. Well, we're moving through the racing quickly this morning here on day 2 at the World Rowing Cup in Poznan. The next race up is the first heat of the women's quads. We've got Switzerland, Australia, Germany, France and New Zealand.
Proszę Państwa, czwórki podwójne kobiet. Na torze pierwszym Szwajcaria, na torze drugim Australia, na torze trzecim Niemcy, na torze czwartym Francja i na torze piątym Nowa Zelandia. Przypomnę, że już w kolejnym biegu w tej konkurencji zobaczymy Polki.
Well, it really is a beautiful day here in Poznan, but how's it looking from out there in the middle of the lake, Robert? What are the conditions like?
It's a little bit popply, to be frank, Pete. We've got a straight tailwind here. It's eased a little from the conditions that we experienced during last evening's heats, but it's still a little bit popply, or slightly lumpy, perhaps, to use a slightly different language, and that is proving challenging for some of the crews. So technical expertise, particularly in the small boats, but at this elite level, of course, that is par for the course. Right on track at the moment, over on the far side, it's the Swiss combination that is leading the field at the halfway mark. They've rebuilt the crew out of last year's under-23 world champions. Looking strong in second place, the New Zealand crew on the grandstand side. One member of that lineup surviving from the B finalists in Tokyo. Then in third place, Australia with 2 bronze medalists from the Olympics on board. That's the 1, 2, 3 at halfway.
Na 1000 metrów zdecydowaną przewagą nad pozostałymi prowadzi osada szwajcarska na torze pierwszym. Druga osada Nowa Zelandia, trzecia osada Niemiec, czwarta Francja i piąta osada, która
Switzerland maintaining their lead and have extended their margin, and they're doing it in style because they are underrating the rest of the field by some 2 or 3 pips. I've got Switzerland at 33 strokes a minute, and they are translating that lower rate into fantastic boat speed. Isn't that looking great, Colleen?
From where we're sitting at the 1500, you can see the length, you can see the leverage through the body of the stroke, and it's just sending them out meter by meter as they move in and close into that final stretch. So it continues to be the Swiss at their long 33. We know it's 2 to move on, and just behind them, well, New Zealand and France having quite a bit of a battle. Australia, though, edging themselves just ahead. So 2 boats will advance, definitely Switzerland, and behind them, well, your pick with slight advantage to Australia.
Szwajcaria na dystansie 1500 metrów ma 3 długości łodzi przewagi nad Australią. Później są francuski i Niemki oraz Nowa Zelandia. No to drugie miejsce, które także premiowane jest awansem do finału. Będzie niezwykle zacięta walka. Prowadzą bowiem z dużą przewagą Szwajcarki, a Niemki, przypomnę, podopieczne pana trenera Witkowskiego, przyjechały w młodzieżowym składzie.
Heartbreak for New Zealand. They were 4th at the 1500 and now will have to work their way back up to get into one of those qualifying positions. Perhaps, Pete, at this point, they know that the result is what it is. It's Switzerland so far out ahead, and then the battle for second still on.
Yeah, Switzerland looking so good. I mean, it's a great combination they've formed up here. Pascal Walker, Lisa Lurcher, Salome Ulrich and Celia Dupre. Celia Dupre in the bow seat. She was the junior world champion in the Swiss women's quad not too long ago, stepping up to this elite level, and she's fit into the squad so well here and showing that caliber, that whole Swiss squad out at the front of the field by a convincing margin. The question, though, as we've heard throughout, is France or Australia for that second place into the A final. Both boats up over 40 strokes a minute with 100 to go.
I proszę Państwa, ponownie wyścig, gdzie spore emocje, chociaż na pierwszym miejscu pewnie Szwajcaria, to walka idzie o to drugie miejsce. Australia czy Francja, która z tych osad zawalczy o drugie miejsce i zyska awans do półfinału? Proszę Państwa, wydaje się, że francuski teraz mocniej przyspieszyły i to one wychodzą na prowadzenie. 2-3 metry przewagi Francuzek, a na pierwszym miejscu Szwajcaria.
Switzerland take the win. Second place goes to France, so they go directly through to the A final. And that means that Australia finish up in third place ahead of Germany and then New Zealand and will go through to the rep. On then to the second heat for the women's quadruple sculls. We've got the Netherlands, Czech Republic, China and Poland.
I proszę Państwa, drugi bieg eliminacyjny w tej konkurencji. Na torze pierwszym Holandia, na torze drugim Czechy, na torze trzecim Chiny i na torze czwartym Polska. W składzie Olga Michałkiewicz, Marta Wieliczko, Joanna Dittmann i Katarzyna Zilman. Wiemy, że to są fantastyczne polskie zawodniczki i na pewno powalczą tutaj o jedno z pierwszych 2 miejsc, które daje awans bezpośrednio do finału A. Polki po starcie na razie na 4. miejscu, ale tutaj jeszcze wiele może się wydarzyć.
Well, 800 meters in, Netherlands and China level out at front. But Robert, is this already a clear-cut answer as to who's going through to the A final?
I suspect so. Looking on paper at the form guide, that will be the way it proves, Pete, but I've been proven wrong on so very many occasions over the years. China, the Olympic champions, 3 scullers from that lineup contest here in this new combination for the Poznan round of the World Cup. But China had to be content with silver behind this new Dutch lineup at Belgrade, and those two still battling it out for top honours. And I suspect we'll see that contest go right through to the A final, because those two quads, they've got clear water ahead of the Czech combination pulled out of last year's under-23 squad, and in 4th place. Sad news for the home crowd here in Poznan. Poland in 4th position.
Bardzo wyrównany bieg. Holenderki, Chinki bardzo blisko siebie. Właściwie to są zawodniczki, które w pierwszym Pucharze Świata w Belgradzie startowały ze sobą, zajęły pierwsze i drugie miejsce. Teraz walczą rzeczywiście o to prowadzenie i nie chcą tego oddać. Na 3. pozycji Czeszki, osada z Polski na 4. pozycji. To bardzo utytułowana osada, ale dzisiaj nie będzie już walczyć o miejsca premiujące wejście do finału.
Well, I suppose the surprise for me in this second heat of the women's quads is not to see Netherlands and China out in front. It's to see Poland with 2 Olympic silver medalists on board, trailing this field by quite so much. So evidently the new Polish combination for this season at the moment not matching up to the pace being set by the leading contenders. China still lead the way home down to 1500.
Yeah, Robert, that's been the biggest surprise for me as well, was expecting to see Poland a bit closer to the pack. As you rightly say, 2 of those athletes coming out of the silver winning women's quad in Tokyo, and 2 out of the 4 where they were in the A final and took 6th. As they come through 500, though, it continues to be China holding that first qualifying position and the Netherlands running 2nd.
Na prowadzeniu Chinki, duża przewaga nad Holenderkami, później są Czeszki, Polki cały czas na 4. miejscu. Kasia Zilman mocno naciska swoje koleżanki, żeby zbliżyły się troszeczkę do Czeszek, ale one tracą prawie długość łodzi. Polki chyba na tym 4. miejscu z niewielkimi szansami tylko na 3.
Moving toward the last 250 meters, looking really good for China at a long 35. They're moving quite well on the course over to the Netherlands at a 37, a little bit higher. So Pete, barring any mistakes, looking like it's clearly going to be China and Netherlands to move on to final A.
Yeah, great boat speed here by the Chinese combination of Cao Zuitong, Liu Yong, Lu Xiyu and Chen Yunxia. Out in front. They've just been building that margin all the way down the course, continuing to extend their lead over the Dutch crew here, and that boat speed is just with them every stroke of the way. They're showing no signs of slowing, so they're almost certain for the win here, and will be setting a good benchmark that the other women's quads out there will be looking to understand when it comes down to that A final on Sunday.
Proszę Państwa, i tutaj już wyraźnie 2 pierwsze osady, Holandia i Chiny, chociaż w tej chwili wydaje się, że to Chiny przyspieszają mocniej, tuż za nimi Holandia. Szkoda, polska osada na 4. miejscu, liczyliśmy na większą walkę w tym biegu, natomiast na pewno dziewczyny zbierają siły po to, aby zawalczyć w reposażu o awans do finału A. Na 1. miejscu Chiny, na 2. Holandia.
China take the win a length ahead of the Netherlands, and those two progress through to the A final. Coming in for 3rd place then, the Czech Republic, just over a length ahead of Poland, will go through to the repechage. We move on now from the women's quadruple sculls to the men's quadruple sculls. And the first heat already underway. We've got Ukraine in lane 1, Netherlands in 2, China in 3, Poland 2 in lane 4, New Zealand in 5, and the Czech Republic 1 in lane 6.
Proszę Państwa, a teraz 4 podwójne mężczyzn. Na torze 1 Ukraina, na torze 2 Holandia, na torze 3 Chiny, na torze 4 pierwsza z polskich osad, na torze 5 Nowa Zelandia i na torze 6 Czechy. Proszę Państwa, 700 metrów tego wyścigu już za nami. Na 1. miejscu Holandia, ale Polacy cały czas w czołówce.
Well, we're back to that tough progression system of just one boat to go through to the A final. As they come up towards halfway, it's the Netherlands in the hot seat.
There's a coincidence for you, Pete, in the same way that Netherlands and China took gold and silver at Belgrade in the women's event, so those same two nations took gold and silver in the men's event. And here they are contesting things in this opening heat. But right now, it's the Netherlands who are heading the way home by one clear boat length ahead of China, so reversing the result from Ukraine, and things looking very good indeed. The Netherlands having packed their crew with 3 Olympians alongside to contest and hopefully overcome the Chinese challenge. And those 2 quads well clear of third place Czech Republic.
Na 1000 metrów prowadzi osada Holandii, zaraz za nią Chiny. Na 3. pozycji są Czesi. Pierwsza i druga osada to są zawodnicy, którzy w Belgradzie triumfowali, byli na podium finału tego biegu. Polska osada, która startuje na torze 4, jest to osada młodzieżowa. To są zawodnicy, którzy w 2019 w Racicach zajęli 5. miejsce na Mistrzostwach Świata.
The Netherlands outpacing the rest of the field. They've been at 38 strokes a minute the last little while. The Czech Republic also move up to that speed. So I think that what we're going to see is a few little fireworks here, because don't forget that in the men's quads, this event, it's the qualification rules have changed once again. Only the first crew across the line will move direct through to the A final. We'll see the rest in the repechage. The Netherlands, though, still out in front, Colleen.
Netherlands out in front now, well into the last quarter of the race. And as you mentioned, they've reversed positions from what we saw in Belgrade. And of course, fantastic to race one another in the earlier World Cups, get a sense of that speed and tactics.
Nasi wioślarze nadal na 5. miejscu w tej chwili. Spora strata do czołowych Chin oraz reprezentantów Holandii. Holendrzy na prowadzeniu, później Chińczycy, Czesi, Nowozelandczycy, Polacy oraz reprezentacja Ukrainy.
Netherlands and China both at 40 strokes per minute, Pete, charging towards the line.
Netherlands at 40, China at 40. It's going to be a close one, this. I think China are going to have their work cut out for them, because the Netherlands have got great boat speed, but China now matching it as they take it up another couple of pips and going to 42. So this is going to come down to the line. There's very little separating these two at the moment. It's less than half a length.
Proszę Państwa, duże emocje na finiszu. Holandia, Chiny. Która z tych 2 osad minimalnie z przodu? Holandia, jednak Chiny jeszcze teraz przyspieszyły i zmniejszają przewagę. Polacy w składzie Krzysztof Kasperek, Jakub Woźniak, Bartosz Bartkowski, Cezary Litka na 5. miejscu. Holandia przed Chinami.
There's nothing in it. We come up to the line. The Netherlands, China. It's the Netherlands by perhaps 10 centimetres, 10 or 20 centimetres ahead of China across the line. So the Netherlands will progress through to the A final. China takes 2nd ahead of 3rd place Czech Republic, then New Zealand for 4th, 5th place Poland, and coming in for 6th place Ukraine. At the front of the field, the Netherlands won that in 5:43.34, just 1300ths of a second ahead of China. We've now got the second and last heat for the men's quadruple sculls. 6 boats lining up. We've got Germany in lane 1, Poland 1 in lane 2, Czech Republic 2 in lane 3, Estonia in 4, India in 5, and Switzerland in lane 6.
I proszę Państwa, kolejny bieg z udziałem Polaków. Na turze 2 popłynie polska osada w składzie Dominik Czaja, Mateusz Biskup, Szymon Pośnik i Piotr Płomiński. Jest to doświadczona polska osada. Na torze 1 Niemcy, na torze 3 Czechy, na torze 4 Estonia, na torze 5 Indie, na torze 6 Szwajcaria. Proszę Państwa, po starcie Polacy na 2., 3. miejscu tuż za Szwajcarami.
Well, they're coming into 800 metres in, and there's pretty much nothing separating Switzerland, Germany, and Poland at the front of the field.
Yes, Pete, I was looking down at my start list earlier this morning, and I was having difficulty picking out where the favourites might lie in this particular race. Switzerland unchanged from the lineup that finished 6th in Belgrade. These guys out of last year's under-23 squad, so a relatively young lineup. Estonia up there in, well, just out of the leading trio, but Estonia are boating the legendary Tonu Endrickson in the 3-seat. 42 years of age, goodness me. I've commentated on so many of his races over the years, but it is Switzerland by about a canvas across the halfway mark in first position, and nothing to choose between Germany and Poland for second.
Bardzo zacięty i wyrównany bieg prowadzą zdecydowanie Szwajcarzy z toru 6. Pomiędzy osadą polską i niemiecką jest bardzo zacięta walka. W osadzie polskiej startują bardzo utytułowani zawodnicy. To są finaliści Igrzysk Olimpijskich z 4 podwójnej i 2 podwójnej. Trenerzy zmieniają składy, szukają optymalnego, najszybszego składu, żeby wrócić do tej najmocniejszej naszej kiedyś męskiej konkurencji 4 podwójnej.
Well, as Thomas was describing the scene there, the Poles really went in there, dug deep, took the rate up. It translated into boat speed, and they have drawn ahead of Germany. But they really need to tackle Switzerland, and there is less than 2 meters in it between the leading quads now as they progress down the third quarter. Switzerland still hanging on grimly for the lead, Colleen.
The local folks in the grandstand will be thrilled with this performance by Poland. Poland 1 meter, 2 meters away from the leader Switzerland. 1 spot to go on it. Switzerland holding, Poland moving.
Niezwykle zacięta walka. Brawo dla naszych zawodników. Będzie ciekawie na tych ostatnich metrach. Polacy przyspieszają. Młodzieżowy wicemistrz świata Piotr Płomiński jako szlakowy tutaj tych doświadczonych swoich rutyniarzy w tej osadzie ciągnie po zwycięstwo w tym wyścigu. Za nim już Szwajcarzy, ależ Polacy przyspieszają teraz. Nieprawdopodobna druga część dystansu dla naszej ekipy. Oby tak już do mety. Świetnie Polacy.
As Waldek said, the Polish are leading. They're out in front and looking to capture that final single qualifying spot. Pete, they're charging towards you. Can the Polish hold?
This is amazing stuff. It's like an Olympic final based on this. You know, we've got Poland absolutely level with Switzerland. They're both at 39 now, 40 strokes a minute, level for boat speed, and there's nothing to separate them coming up towards the last 250.
Proszę Państwa, w tym wyścigu liczy się tylko zwycięstwo i Polacy właśnie walczą o to zwycięstwo z Szwajcarami. W tej chwili minimalnie z przodu osada Szwajcary i jeszcze tutaj jest 150 metrów, gdzie Polacy mogą zawalczyć o to zwycięstwo. Polska osada przyspiesza, zwiększa tempo już w tej chwili 41-42 pociągnięcia na minutę i wydaje się, że w tej chwili minimalnie z przodu. Jednak Szwajcarzy też podkręcili tempo. Proszę Państwa, ostatnie metry będą decydujące. Polska czy Szwajcaria? Trzymamy kciuki.
Absolutely bow ball for bow ball now. They're both at 42 now, 43 strokes a minute. There's nothing separating them into the last 20 or 30 meters here. Last couple of strokes and it's going to be separated by a photo finish if ever I've seen one. Here we go, the last couple of strokes, and in fact, I think it's Switzerland by the tiniest of margins ahead of Poland. We'll have to wait for the official results. Third place, Estonia. Fourth then will be Germany. Fifth place, India, and then coming in for sixth place, Czech Republic 2. Official results are in, and it's a win for Switzerland in 5:46.11, nearly half a second ahead of Poland. Well, folks, that's the quads heats done now. We're moving on to the PR2 women's single sculls test race. We've got 3 athletes lining up here. We've got Katie O'Brien for Ireland in lane 1, Anna Isanova of Ukraine 1 in lane 2, and Svetlana Bohuslavska of Ukraine 2 in lane 3.
Proszę Państwa, teraz przed nami bieg testowy w konkurencji parawiaślarzy PR2 jedynka kobiet. Tutaj 3 zawodniczki powalczą o zwycięstwo w tym biegu na torze pierwszym Irlandka i na torze drugim Ukrainka, na torze trzecim kolejna zawodniczka z Ukrainy. Przypomnę, że jest to bieg testowy, to znaczy, że wszystkie te zawodniczki zobaczymy także w niedzielę w finale A. Po 400 metrach na prowadzeniu reprezentantka Ukrainy płynąca na torze trzecim.
Well, they've already gone through the 500. Katie O'Brien for Ireland out in front with a pretty commanding lead as I see it thus far. We don't have data from the Irish athletes, Bo, but we can see here out on the water, Katie O'Brien out in front, coming up towards 800 meters in already, coached by John Maloney and leading ahead of the 2 Ukrainian athletes, Bohuslavska and Isanova. So considering we don't have data live from the boat, we're going to have to rely on the keen eyes of our commentators out there on the lake. How's it looking, Robert?
Well, that's very reassuring, Pete, to know that you'd want us to see what we see rather than rely on the data screen. But yes, I can confirm that Katie O'Brien for Ireland is leading the way home in this test race for the PR2 women's singles. For one moment, I suspect, like you, when we saw that appeared she didn't start on our data screen, I just wondered whether her previous race this morning had taken it out of her, because, of course, we've seen Katie contest the double scull with her partner Steve McGowan in the very early races this morning, but here she is back in action and looking, I'm certain, to emulate the bronze medal that she picked up in this event at the World Championships all those years ago at Linz. 3 years ago, it really seems a lot longer because so much has happened in the world since. The 2 Ukrainian athletes, Isanova in lane 2 and Bohuslavska in 3. Well, Isanova in lane 2, she's a newcomer to this scene. She's making her international debut, but Bohuslavska, for her part, contested the double scull 3 years ago, and but against the pace that is being set by Katie O'Brien, at least in this test race, it really is a struggle, because Bohuslavska currently striking 35 strokes a minute, quite a high rate. I'll get a rate for Katie O'Brien in just a minute, but there's about 4 lengths between these 2 scullers as they move through the halfway mark.
Na 1000 metrów w konkurencji PR2 jedynek kobiet na prowadzeniu zdecydowanie zawodniczka z Irlandii, Kate O'Brien, która zdobywała medale na Mistrzostwach Świata, brązowy medal w Linz w 2019 roku. Zawodniczki z Ukrainy na drugiej pozycji, Bogusławska na trzeciej, Asanowa.
The position's unchanged as the third quarter opens up. Katie O'Brien sculling along at a relatively relaxed rate of 29 strokes a minute, but she's a lot longer in the water than the Ukrainian opposition, so Bohuslavska at 34, and it's the Irish athlete who sculls out of the Galway Rowing Club, as does her partner in the double, Steve McGowan, and really is setting the pace here. So Ireland leading both Ukrainian athletes down to 1500.
Moving through the third quarter, Katie O'Brien, that solid stroke that you mentioned, Robert, pushing her out 1 stroke at a time, her bow moving just nicely up ahead. And then just behind her continues to be the Ukrainian sculler, Bohuslavska, with just loads of experience, so 34 years of age. We saw her in the Paralympic Games racing in the PR2 mixed double, where she took 4th, back in the European Championships in 2021, and loads of experience in years prior. So we'll see how the regatta, how the weekend progresses for her. But for now, it's all Team Ireland.
Katie O'Brien, Irlandka na prowadzeniu, reprezentująca klub Galway Rowing Club. Tutaj prezentuje się bardzo ładnie, dostojnie, pewnie prowadzi w tym wyścigu, duża przewaga nad 2 Ukrainkami. Oczywiście Katie nie tylko wiosłuje, nie tylko startuje w wszystkich brytyjskich regatach, ale kocha się zwierzętami, jest studentką weterynarii, a zatem będzie po zakończeniu swoich startów w wiosłach także leczyć zwierzęta. Zatem Irlandka na prowadzeniu, później 2 Ukrainki, Swietłana Błachuskaja oraz Ania Aisanowa.
Katie O'Brien, first to cross into that last quarter of the race. We last saw her when she took bronze in the PR2 women's single. That was back in 2019, so fantastic to see her back on the international stage. Just behind her, Bohuslavska from Ukraine, and then her teammate just behind, Anna Anishnova, crossing through to the final 500 meters. So Pete, another test race, an opportunity for all of these athletes to get out onto the water, to test race strategies and tactics, and certainly that'll help them in the next round.
It all makes a big difference, building up that race experience and really understanding where your own personal limits are. And since para rowing extended out to the 2K course, many of the athletes who may have been more experienced over the 1,000 meter course have had to refine those limits for themselves and really understand what and where they can put those pushes in and learn and understand how the body reacts to those certain circumstances. And here with this great tailwind, it's been seeing some upset with some of the boats through the day, but certainly not when it comes down to the singles. We saw those two para rowing world best times set in the PR1 and men's and the PR1 women's single sculls as the first two races of the day. Fast conditions here with the temperature in Poznan being as it is. And I see no technical issues for these athletes whatsoever as they come into the last 150. Katie O'Brien, she had a cracking start and she's just continued to build this ocean of clear water lead over Svetlana Bohuslavska, currently in second, and Anna Isanova, also of Ukraine, still sitting in third.
Proszę Państwa, w tym biegu testowym tylko 3 zawodniczki. W tej chwili na pierwszym miejscu Irlandka płynąca na torze pierwszym. Ten bieg testowy, on ma kilka swoich funkcji. Po pierwsze ma pozwolić sprawdzić zawodniczką, w jakiej formie przyjechała ona sama, jak również jej konkurentki. Tak więc tutaj wszystkie zawodniczki mogą zobaczyć, jak one czują się w torze, jak płynie się przy tym wietrze w Poznaniu, który mamy tutaj dzisiaj i w jakiej one są dyspozycji. Proszę Państwa, ostatnie metry Irlandki płynące na torze pierwszym i właśnie w tej chwili przekracza one linię mety. Czekamy jeszcze na 2 Ukrainki, które mkną w tej chwili do mety.
Well, that confirms the win for Katie O'Brien for Ireland in this test race for the PR2 women's singles sculls. And last couple of strokes, we'll see Svetlana Bohuslavska of Ukraine take second place, and then we'll see Anna Isanova, also of Ukraine, take that third place here in this test race. We'll see them all, of course, race again in their A finals, which are taking place tomorrow. The PR2 women's single sculls A final at 3:20 local time here in Poland. For those that are tuning in around the world, you'll have to work out your own local time for yourselves, but the A final will be at 3:20 local time in Poland. Moving then from the PR2 women's single sculls to the PR2 men's single sculls. Another test race here. We've got 6 athletes lined up and already underway. We've got in lane 1 for Italy 1, Gianfilippo Mirabile. Lane 2 for Latvia, Chris Mitskevits. Lane 3 for France, Kevin Boisu. And then lane 4 for the Netherlands, Corny de Koning. Lane 5 for Italy 2, Daniele Stefanoni. And then completing the field in lane 6 for Germany, Paul Umbach.
Proszę Państwa, w tej chwili bieg testowy w konkurencji PR2 jedynek mężczyzn. Na torze pierwszym reprezentant Włoch, na torze drugim Łotwy, na torze trzecim Francja, tor czwarty to Holandia, na torze piątym Włochy i na torze szóstym Niemcy. Przypomnę, że wszystkie te osady zobaczymy w niedzielnym finale, a tutaj przyszli zobaczyć w tym biegu, jak wygląda ich predyspozycja i predyspozycja konkurentów. Proszę Państwa, pierwsze 400 metrów za nami i na prowadzeniu w tej chwili reprezentant Holandii, tuż za nim reprezentant Włoch.
Well, they're coming up towards 500 meters in. Corny de Koning out in front. No great surprise that. We saw him race earlier in the mixed double scull with his new partner, Heinen. And so he may have a little bit of tiredness in the arms when it comes to this test race for the PR2 men's single sculls, but he's certainly not showing it yet. He's got a length up on Daniele Stefanoni for Italy, 2 on one side, who has perhaps half a length on Gianfilippo Mirabile of Italy 1 over on his other side. That's the 1-2-3 at the moment, and then a little bit further behind, a few lengths, we've got Umbach for Germany ahead of Mickiewicz of Latvia, and then Boissou of France currently riding in 6th. So it's a good start for the Dutch athlete. 30 strokes a minute, a relatively low rate of striking compared to some of the contenders either side of him are up near a 37 or 38. So we'll see how that settles for him through this middle 1,000. But now approaching 750 metres in, let's catch up with Robert.
Yes, Pete, and isn't it fantastic to see so many athletes doubling up in these rowing events? It's a pattern that we're familiar with amongst the able-bodied events, but here in the para-athletes, Corne de Koning is an absolute classic example of the way in which these athletes can perform superbly in different boat classes despite the additional pressures that doubling up brings. De Koning, a double world champion in this relatively new boat class in the para-rowing program, Paralympic silver medalist, of course, in the double with his previous partner from Tokyo. And here he is heading into the Poznan World Cup and performing to top level in both boat classes. And it's de Koning who's leading the way, as we've said, ahead of Stefanoni, a bronze medalist behind de Koning from the Linz World Championships, and those positions being reflected here in their test race here in Poznan, where we are witnessing 3 newcomers to para-rowing, because Mickiewicz for Latvia, Boissou for France, and Umbach for Germany, making their international debut here and being able to test their pace against the much more experienced contenders. De Koning leading the way for the Netherlands across the halfway mark.
Na 1000 metrów właśnie przekroczyli linię zawodnicy prowadzący ten bieg. Holender z toru 4, srebrny medalista Igrzysk Paraolimpijskich w konkurencji Pier 2 Mix w dwójce podwójnej. Na torze 5 linię mety minął Daniel Stefanoni, brązowy medalista Mistrzostw Świata z 2018 i 2019 roku i trzeci na 1000 metrów następnych Włoch Filippo Marabelle, który także jest olimpijczykiem, a na ostatnim Pucharze Świata w Belgradzie zajął 5. miejsce.
The position's unchanged while Tomasz has been giving you the news in the local language. It's still Corne de Koning leading the way at a relatively low strike rate of 30 strokes a minute ahead of the 2 Italian athletes, where Stefanoni has the advantage ahead of Mirabile. The leading Italian, well, he's up at 34 strokes a minute, but that high rate is not being translated into boat speed. And even as I'm describing the situation, it's de Koning who maintains the rate but has increased his boat speed. Such is the efficiency of his stroke, and he is increasing the margin ahead of the rest of the field, stroke by stroke. A fantastic performance once again, isn't it, Colleen?
Yeah, just demonstrating such skill and experience, de Koning, as he moves through the 3rd quarter, looking for that final 500 to go mark. He's at that cool 30 strokes per minute, and as you rightly say, quickest moving boat on the course, so getting the job done in the water. Little bit surprising, I think, to see the distance between the 2 Italian scullers. Both have fantastic experience, but Mirabile of Italy also coming out of the Paralympic double, so interesting to see if that carries on in the next round. For now, though, continues to be de Koning of the Netherlands.
Najbardziej utytułowany z tej stawki Cornelius de Koning z Holandii ma chyba z 20 metrów długości przewagi nad Daniele Stefanonim, 3. zawodnikiem Mistrzostw Świata z Linzem z 2019 roku. Później jest po jakichś 20 metrach kolejnej różnicy Gian Marabille, także Włoch, no i kolejni zawodnicy już bardzo daleko z tyłu. A tam z przodu niezagrożony Cornelius de Koning, on jest faworytem tej konkurencji i na razie nie zawodzi.
So closing in on the final stages of the race, it's been a fantastic one for de Koning of the Netherlands, holding that boat speed and in fact, Pete, dropping the rate even a couple of beats more.
Yeah, down to 28 strokes a minute now. He was at 30 for the first portion of the race, so he's eased right off, able to look back at Daniele Stefanoni, the oldest competitor here, 55 years of age for Italy, coached by Giovanni Sant'Agnello, and looking pretty comfortable in that second place position. The field's so spread out at the moment. I can't see anything material changing here, but conditions beautiful on Lake Malta here in Poznan for those tuning in around the world at home. A slight tail breeze and causing just the slightest of popples on the water, as Robert referred to it earlier, and the almost dead straight tail breeze all the way down the course, pretty consistent across the whole lake, and helping to shimmy these boats that little bit quicker towards the finish line. But Koenig de Koning needs absolutely no assistance. He's got a great and commanding lead here, easing off that little bit more as he comes into the last 100.
Proszę Państwa, tak jak zaczął, tak i kontynuuje i finiszuje wspaniały zawodnik z Holandii, de Koning, który w tej chwili, za chwilę przekroczy linię mety. Proszę Państwa, na drugim miejscu w tej chwili Włoch, płynący na torze piątym, i na miejscu trzecim także Włoch. Tak więc Włochy wysłały tutaj świetnych zawodników w tej konkurencji PR2. Przypomnę, że jest to wyścig testowy i wszystkich tych zawodników zobaczymy w sobotę w finale. Z kolei właśnie teraz linię mety przekroczył Holender, wygrywając ten wyścig.
Well, Conor de Koning missed a stroke that nearly saw him veer into the lane alongside him, into lane 3, so he had to stop rowing, just correct course with a couple of strokes on his right-hand side and pull it back straight. It didn't upset his margin of lead whatsoever, so he's crossed the line for the win ahead of Daniele Stefanoni of Italy. Third place is Gianfilippo Mirabile, also of Italy. And then coming in for fourth on the near side, we see Paul Umbach for Germany. And then there's a little bit of a margin back to fifth place from Latvia, where you've got Christ Miskowitz and then Kevin Boisso of France currently riding in sixth. Last couple of 100 meters for them. We'll see them all race, of course, again in the A final for the PR2 men's single sculls, which is tomorrow at 3:33 in the afternoon, local time here in Poland. Last few strokes now for Kevin Boisso of France in this test race for the PR2 men's single sculls. We'll see all of our athletes race again tomorrow in that A final at 3:33 for the PR2 men's singles. Next race is already on the course. It's the test race for the PR3 women's pair. Two boats lining up here. We've got Ludovica Tramontin and Greta Elisabeth Mutti for Italy in lane 1. And then Elo Elberdi and Erika Sozo for France in lane 2.
Proszę Państwa, kolejny bieg testowy dzisiejszego dnia i tym razem w konkurencji PR3 dwójek kobiet. Tutaj dwie osady startowały w tym biegu. Na torze pierwszym Włochy i na torze drugim francuski. Proszę Państwa, zawodniczki minęły linię 500 metrów i tu już spora przewaga osady z Włoch. Ponad 15 sekund przewagi zaledwie na pierwszych 500 metrach, więc wydaje się tutaj, że Włoszki przyjechały w fantastycznym przygotowaniu po złoty medal Pucharu Świata.
Well, this race already very well progressed, but the story of it so far has been almost domination by Italy from the start. They were 30 metres up by 200 metres in, so they've really pushed out to a commanding lead already, and they're holding great boat speed. They're up at 32, 33 strokes a minute, level pegged for rating with the French boat. So Italy's Tramontin and Mutti out in front, and they're coming up towards 800 metres in, so let's hear how their race progresses as they come up towards halfway.
Yes, indeed, Pete. Italy seem to have the upper hand in this test race. I mean, I've said it once, I'll say it again, always difficult to interpret entirely the results from a test race and how they might be translated into the A final when it really counts and the two crews have the opportunity to race for medals. But these two new combinations, it's the first time we've seen them with these lineups, and Italy certainly with the upper hand. Both crews contain Paralympic finalists that contested the mixed coxed four in Tokyo. Greta Muti in the stroke seat of the Italian boat. She was fifth with the Italian team last year. Erika Sozu in the stroke seat of the French boat. Well, she was a bronze medalist with the rest of the French crew in Tokyo, but those positions being reversed here in this test race for the relatively recent addition to the para rowing program, the PR3 women's pairs, and at the halfway mark, Italy with a clear advantage over France.
Z przewagą prawie 100 metrów przekroczyła linię mety, linię 1000 metrów. Osada włoska. W tej chwili przepływają francuski przez linię 1000 metrów. W składzie osady włoskiej startuje utytułowana zawodniczka, która w tej konkurencji w Linz w 2019 roku zdobywała srebrny medal. W składzie osady francuskiej zawodniczka Erika Sauez, która zdobyła brązowy medal na Igrzyskach Paralimpijskich w konkurencji PR3 Mix czwórki ze sternikiem.
Well, I said that the PR3 women's pairs was a relatively recent addition to the para-rowing program here at World Rowing, but it means it's a non-para-Olympic event, and I suspect that's one of the reasons why there's this relatively small entry of just two crews here in Poznan. But wouldn't it be nice to think that this event might also form a testing ground for new PR3 athletes to the sport of rowing as part of their progression to the Paralympic mixed coxed four, but I suspect that's all for the future. Right in the here and now, Italy maintain their advantage over France.
Yes, the here and now as they close in about 100 meters shy of the 500 to go. It continues to be this combination from Italy. We talked a bit about athletes doubling up in events, and this combination, of course, now in the PR3 women's pair, but we also saw them earlier in the PR3 mixed coxed four. So making the most out of this second World Cup. The A finalists finishing fifth in the PR3 mixed coxed four in the Paralympic Games, and now well into the last quarter of their race. It's Italy leading France.
I teraz oglądamy rywalizację pomiędzy włoską osadą i francuską. W tej chwili na prowadzeniu jednak osada włoska z dużą przewagą. Tam w tej osadzie płynie Greta Muti, bardzo znana zawodniczka w tej konkurencji. Towarzyszy jej tutaj Ludowika Tramontoni, która jest drugą w tej osadzie i zobaczymy, jak ta osada popłynie w tym decydującym wyścigu. Na razie tutaj ma olbrzymią przewagę nad dwójką francuską.
the French through that 1,500-meter mark, and that tailwind that we've described just picking up ever so slightly. So blade placement really important to make sure that that blade's coming in nice and square, dropping in. Both of these crews getting on quite well with it. Up at the front, it's Italy, Pete. They're moving towards you, and it looks like picking up that stroke rate in this tailwind.
Yeah, still there, 31, 32 strokes a minute. A bit of a wobble a moment ago. It's scary stuff when you have a wobble in a pair. If you've not raced a pair, those who might be friends and family and haven't raced or rowed themselves, when you have a wobble in a pair and there's a little bit of a chop on the water, you could quite easily go in. But at this elite level, we'd hope that doesn't happen. And we've just seen a couple of very good technical examples of how you recover from a wobble as Tramontin and Mutti make their way into the last 100 meters. They're still ticking it over, 33 strokes a minute, and looking very, very comfortable.
Proszę Państwa, i obie osady zbliżają się do linii mety. Tutaj bezkonkurencyjna osada z Włoch, która w tej chwili tempem 33-34 mknie po zwycięstwo. Od początku zdecydowana dominacja tej osady i tutaj już nic na tych ostatnich metrach nie jest w stanie zabrać tego zwycięstwa włoskiej osadzie. Z kolei francuski także płyną wysokim tempem 34, nawet czasami 35 pociągnięć na minutę, jednak prawdopodobnie mają mniej sił, bądź trochę inną technikę, która nie daje takiej prędkości jak Włoszki. Włoszki właśnie minęły linię 2000 metrów z czasem 8 minut 19 sekund. Na francuskiej jeszcze chwilę poczekamy, proszę Państwa, ostatnie 100 metrów tej osady.
So Ludovica Tramontin and Greta Elizabeth Mutti for Italy take the win in this test race for the PR3 women's pair. Last few strokes for Ella Alberdi and Erica Sozo for France will close out this PR3 women's pair test race. On to the last power rowing race of today, at least, or this morning's session. We've got the test race for the PR3 men's pair now. We've got a four-boat lineup here. Narayana Konganapala and Kuldeep Singh for India in lane 1. Jérôme Hamelin and Laurent Cadeau for France in lane 2. Andrei Civic and Dima Jerez for Ukraine in 3. And then Tommaso Schettino and Luca Conti for Italy in lane 4.
Proszę Państwa, ostatni bieg testowy tego przedpołudnia i tutaj 4 osady w konkurencji PR3, dwójek mężczyzn. Na torze pierwszym Indie, na torze drugim Francja, na torze trzecim Ukraina i na torze czwartym Włochy. Proszę Państwa, zawodnicy zbliżają się do linii 500 metrów. Mocny start, także wysokie tempo wiosłowania w wykonaniu osady francuskiej. W tej chwili już 20 metrów przewagi nad osadą ukraińską, która płynie tuż obok. Na miejscu trzecim, czwartym w tej chwili wyrównana statka Indie i Włochy.
Well, it's a great start for the French combination of Jérôme Hamelin and Laurent Cadeau out in front and by quite a significant margin already. They've got a few lengths lead over Ukraine, currently riding in second. France, coached by Frédéric Doucet, they're holding at 38 strokes a minute, so the highest rate of striking out there on the water, and they have the highest boat speed to match it. So we can see on the big screen here, that's them going through 500. And you can see the great clear water margin. It's perhaps 2 lengths of clear water back to Ukraine currently in second, and then half a length of clear water to India in third, who have half a length over Italy. So positions looking pretty clear cut. This being a test race, we'll see them all race again in the A final, which is tomorrow at 4:05. We can look forward to that A final, and that's where the medals are to be won. So it'll essentially be a race to not be last, because if you're in the front three, you're going to be in with a podium finish and therefore some metalware to take home. But back to the front of the field, France looking good. They're at 37, 38 strokes a minute and continuing to build that lead over Ukraine, just setting the benchmark so that everybody knows where they stand when it comes to tomorrow's A final. But as they go through 750 and into sight of Robert, let's see how the race progresses.
Yes, indeed. France seem to have the upper hand as we move up to the halfway mark in this test race for the PR3 men's pairs. These four nations boating entirely new crew combinations for the World Cup regatta here in Poznan. But there's plenty of experience on board, particularly in the French and Ukraine boats. Jérôme Hamelin in the bow seat of the French boat. He was a bronze medalist in this boat class at Linz 3 years ago. Andrei Svik in the bow seat of the Ukrainian boat, just one place behind him in that World Championship final. So those two athletes know each other of old. India and Italy, for their part, a relatively inexperienced lineup, although let's not forget that Tommaso Schettino in the bow seat of the Italian boat, well, he contested the PR3 mixed coxed 4 for his particular country, way back some 5 years ago, I think, back in Sarasota in 2017. The field now moving through the halfway mark, and France with that commanding lead, rating 37, a couple of pips higher than either of the other three pairs in this test rate, and that's really translated into boat speed, and they are moving away stroke by stroke.
Na 1000 metrów z ogromną przewagą osada Francji. Zawodnicy w tym składzie zdobywali na Mistrzostwach Świata w Linz w 2019 roku brązowy medal. Zaraz za Francuzami osada Ukrainy. Też w 2019 roku w Linz zdobyła 4. miejsce. Na 3. miejscu osada z toru pierwszego Indie i na 4. torze osada z Włoch. W tym składzie bardzo doświadczony zawodnik Schettino, który zdobywał medale na Mistrzostwach Świata w 2013, 2014 i 2017 roku.
Well, while Tomasz was describing the scene in the local language, I was able to take a closer look at these crews. Now, whether they simply decided that they were going to simply tap it along and finish the race behind this commanding lead set by France, or whether they in fact are biding their time for tomorrow afternoon's A final when it really counts, remains to be seen. But whatever the reasons, France extending their lead stroke by stroke, and as the four crews move down within sight of Colleen and Waldeck.
Moving through that 1,500-meter point, it is the combination, the French combination, Laurent Cadeau and Jérôme Hamelin in the bow seat, and they've just extended their lead inch by inch, stroke by stroke, the whole way down. Just behind them, a few lengths back, it's the crew from Ukraine, then over to India and Italy. And fantastic to see India here at the second World Cup. They brought a bigger squad with them, somewhere around upwards of close to 30 athletes here in Poznan. We saw about 5 or 6 entrants in Belgrade, so great to see them back. And right as I say that, it is India and Italy closing in with 500 to go.
Już tylko około 700 metrów do mety ma prowadząca osada francuska Hamelin Cadeau, no ale później to jest spora strata reprezentacji Ukrainy Sivic oraz Jerez. Następnie już duża różnica i kolejne osady hinduska oraz włoska płynące bliziutko koło siebie.
Pete, France will be quite happy with this result. A good way to kick off the regatta for them.
Yeah, just as I say it, I had to hold myself because that was a real boat-stopping crab. But they recovered. I thought they would be going in for a second there. That would have been a disaster. Just as we were saying how phenomenal their performance had been in this race, very, very well recovered. It was Jérôme Hamelin whose blade just got a little bit caught on the stroke side of their pair, but he managed to recover it without sending the boat off course or giving them too much of a wobble that would have seen them either tip or be caught, because I mean there's at least 10 lengths of clear water here back to their closest contenders from Ukraine.
I tutaj, proszę Państwa, duża dominacja francuskiej osady płynącej na torze drugim. W tej chwili właśnie minęli oni linię mety. Mimo drobnych problemów technicznych tutaj delikatny rak się pojawił, natomiast zdążyli oni pewnie wygrać ten bieg. Na drugim miejscu płynie osada Ukrainy. W tej chwili 100 metrów straty do prowadzących Francuzów. Przypomnę, że jest to bieg testowy. Tutaj zawodnicy sprawdzają, z jaką formą przyjechali na te zawody. Tak więc w biegu finałowym, który już w niedzielę może się jeszcze wiele zmienić. W tej chwili Ukraina dopływa do linii mety. Na trzecim miejscu w tej chwili Włochy i na czwartym miejscu Indie.
Well, absolute domination by France. They take the win with a new world best time. It's another world best time today, 7:07.6. So 3 seconds quicker than the previous world best time that was set by France as well, but a different combination. That was Taranto and Gessel in Linz-Ottenheim in the 2018 World Cup, where they set a time of 7:10.64. So an impressive performance. France retain the world best time title, but this time earned by Jérôme Hamelin and Laurent Cadeau. Second place in this race then was Ukraine, third Italy, and fourth India. Moving on now, we move on to the last 3 races of this morning's session. We've got the test race for the women's 8 and then the 2 heats for the men's 8. This is the women's 8 just getting underway, where we've got Australia in lane 1, Germany in 2, India in lane 3, Denmark in 4 and the Netherlands in lane 5.
Proszę Państwa, pierwszy z 3 ostatnich biegów w tej sesji przedpołudniowej Pucharu Świata w Poznaniu i w konkurencji 8 kobiet zobaczymy 5 osad. Na torze pierwszym Australia, na torze drugim Niemcy, na torze trzecim Indie, na torze czwartym Dania i na torze piątym Holandia.
Well, we were due to have the Netherlands in lane 5, but it seems as though they've not started. We do know that they're doubling up quite significantly with the women's pairs, so perhaps that's the reason why. We'll get that confirmed later on. But for the moment, we've got Australia, Germany, India and Denmark shooting their way towards 500 metres in. Australia having made the best of the start. They're at 39 strokes a minute and already half a length or so up over Germany and Denmark, who are level for second and third, and then India back in 4th place. So it'll be interesting to see how Australia establish their race rhythm, and can they build on this early lead that they've already got as they come up towards 500 metres in.
Proszę Państwa, zawodnicy zbliżają się do linii 500 metrów i tutaj na prowadzeniu doświadczona, fantastyczna osada z Australii, która w tej chwili już 20 metrów przewagi nad pozostałymi zawodniczkami. W tej chwili na miejscu drugim Niemcy, na miejscu trzecim Dania i na miejscu czwartym Indie. Różnice już są spore, bowiem na pierwszych 500 metrach 11 sekund przewagi osady z Australii. Te zawodniczki przyjechały tutaj po zwycięstwo.
Well, this is going very well for Australia already. Emma Fessy in the stroke seat, holding them at 36 as their rate of striking at the moment. And they're building their lead over a length now up over Germany, who are trying to solidify that second place over Denmark. But they're going through 7:50. Australia out in front.
That's right, Pete. Australia, in the absence of the Netherlands, I was looking forward to seeing the Dutch eight take part because, of course, they took the gold medal in Belgrade. But this new Australian lineup, boating a whole clutch of athletes who are making their international debut here in Poznan, and anchored by Georgia Patton and Georgina Rowe in the 6 and 7 seats out of last year's crew that contested the Olympic final. So the Australians very much making the pace ahead of Germany. The Germans who have built this crew around last year's under-23 bronze medalists and sitting there in a strong second place in this test race. And things also looking good for Denmark. With just one Olympian on board, Frida Nielsen in the 7 seat. So that's the 1, 2, 3 as Australia lead Germany and Denmark at halfway.
8 kobiet minęła właśnie linię 1000 metrów na prowadzeniu osada Australii, druga osada Niemiec, Holandia i w tej chwili właśnie wpływa osada z Indii na linię 1000 metrów. W składzie australijskiej osady mamy dwie zawodniczki z Igrzysk z Tokio, gdzie w 8 zajęły 5. miejsce. Osada Niemiec w dużej części ze składu młodzieżowego zawodniczki zdobywały medale w Racicach w 2001 roku w młodzieżowych mistrzostwach świata.
Germany trying desperately hard to maintain or match the boat speed set by the leading Australians. The Germans have taken up the rate. They were at 37 briefly, now dropped back to 36. Australia at the slightly lower rate, but the German boat speed is not matching, and the margin between those two leading contenders is pretty much the same. Australia leads the way down to 1500.
Australia out ahead and showing no sign of slowing down. A really good rhythm set by Emma Fessy up in the stroke seat and coxed by Talia Barnett-Heppels in the coxswain seat. We see her then urging her crew on. They've got clear water over Germany. Germany still running second, then it's back to Denmark and India.
Australijki na prowadzeniu, półtorej długości łodzi przewagi nad Niemkami, później są z numerem 4 Dunki. Tak wygląda sytuacja na torze. Daleko z tyłu Hinduski, w tym wyścigu się nie liczą. Przypomnę, że na Igrzyskach Olimpijskich złoty medal wywalczyły Kanadyjki, na drugim miejscu były Nowozelandki, na trzecim Chinki. Żadnej z tych osad nie ma tu w Poznaniu, ale te 3 pierwsze, które w tej chwili są na torze, czyli Australijki, Niemki i Dunki, to naprawdę bardzo dobre osady.
And just in front of us at the 1500 down, the crew from India now passing through. Out ahead, though, continues to be the Aussies, as mentioned. Got a couple of Olympians in there from Tokyo, finishing 5th in the women's 8 in the A final. The German crew, well, great under-23 experience now moving into their senior years. So 4 athletes on board who took the bronze in the under-23 women's 8 last year. So, Pete, they're moving towards you, looking great for the Aussies.
Yeah, untouchable out in front, really, we find them here. I mean, these are optional test races, so I wonder whether we'll see the Dutch just expect to race directly in that A final. That's what's going through my mind, but we'll confirm precisely what's happening there later on for you. Australia, though, they've got perhaps a length and a half up on Germany. Not losing contact, though. Denmark still have overlap with Germany coming to the last 50 or so meters.
I proszę Państwa, najbardziej doświadczona osada w tym składzie w tej chwili przekracza linię mety. Australia zwyciężczyniami pierwszego biegu testowego w konkurencji 8 kobiet. Za nimi, proszę Państwa, zaciekła walka o drugie miejsce, bowiem ta różnica między osadą niemiecką i osadą z Danii była naprawdę niewielka. Wciąż czekamy na osadę z Indii, aby dopłynęła do linii mety.
Well, it was much closer across the line than I thought it would be there between Australia, who took the win, but then behind them, the closeness was between Germany and Denmark. It came down to less than a canvas in the end. Germany did hold on to the win ahead, or the second place ahead of Denmark, and then India coming in now for fourth place. So an exciting conclusion to this optional test race for the women's eights. We're going to move rapidly on now to the first of the two heats for the men's eights. We've got 4 boats lined up here: Canada, Ukraine, Australia and the Czech Republic.
I proszę Państwa, pierwszy bieg eliminacyjny w konkurencji 8 mężczyzn. Na torze pierwszym Kanada, na torze drugim Ukraina, na torze trzecim Australia i na torze czwartym Czechy.
Well, just as with the women's here, Robert, Australia out in front in the men's.
Yes, indeed. Australia, bags of experience on board. They've got one guy out of the Olympic 8, another guy out of the Olympic pair. But let's not forget that they're racing 2 other lineups who are at under 23 level, Ukraine and the Czech Republic. We're going to be seeing both those crews at Varese at the under 23 World Championships later in the season. But at the halfway mark, it is Australia, 1 length clear of Canada in second place. The Canadians, who've got 3 guys out of the Olympic 4 on board, and have also used the opportunity to bring on a lot of new talent. I think it's 4 members of that crew making their international debut here. So it's Australia leading Canada at halfway.
Linię 1000 metrów z wyraźną przewagą przekroczyła osada z Australii, druga była osada Kanady, trzecia osada Czechy i czwarta osada z Ukrainy.
The position's unchanged as the third quarter opens up. The margins are that great. It's Australia with a commanding lead, pounding down the course at 37 strokes a minute. Their boat speed being matched by Canada at the slightly higher rate. That's the 1-2, Colleen.
Down the course indeed, closing out the third quarter of the race and looking toward that final 500-meter stretch. Australia and Canada, they've rebuilt their crews. They've made the trip to Europe to test their strength. Will be fantastic to see them in subsequent rounds. And then, of course, as mentioned earlier, again, fantastic to see India as well, too. It's not easy to fill an 8. It takes a real depth of talent, so great to see them here, too.
Potęgi w tej konkurencji, czyli Australijczycy i Kanadyjczycy walczą o zwycięstwo, awans bezpośrednio do finału. Na razie Australijczycy może pół długości łodzi przewagi nad Kanadyjczykami. Później są już z dużą stratą Czesi i daleko z tyłu Ukraińcy, ale oni dopiero tutaj się uczą. Oni trenują na poznańskiej Malcie. To młodzieżówka reprezentacji Ukrainy, dlatego może jeszcze to nie wygląda tak dobrze. A tam daleko z przodu walka Kanadyjczyków z Australijczykami.
Ukraine now moving into the final 500-meter stretch. The Aussies up at the front, holding on to that top position. Canada running second. It's the Czech Republic running third, and then back to Ukraine. A great race for Australia, Pete.
Yeah, the Aussies up at 38 strokes a minute, stroked there by Rowan Lavery. A great performance from them. They'll be taking a lot of confidence out of this first heat. When it comes to progressing through to that A final. Only 1 to go through, and it is looking pretty safe for the Aussies here. The rest will have to go through the repechage, but putting in a bit of a push here. Canada up over 40 strokes a minute now.
A proszę Państwa, tutaj już bezpośrednia walka o awans do finału, i na razie największe szanse na ten awans ma reprezentacja Australii, która w tej chwili tempem 37-38 mknie po zwycięstwo. Jeszcze tutaj Kanada włączyła się do walki, ale ta przewaga Australijczyków jest już zbyt duża, tak więc Australia w finale A Pucharu Świata.
So Australia take the win by 3/4 of a length ahead of Canada. That means that Australia will go through to the A final directly. Canada will go through to the repechage, where they'll be joined by the Czech Republic, crossing the line here for third place ahead of Ukraine, coming to the last few strokes where they'll cross the line for fourth. Well, we're moving on now to the last race of our morning session here. It's the second heat for the men's eights. Just 3 crews lined up here. We've got Poland in lane 1, India in 2 and Germany in lane 3.
I proszę Państwa, drugi bieg eliminacyjny w konkurencji 8 mężczyzn. Tutaj na torze pierwszym płynie osada z Polski, na torze drugim Indie, na torze trzecim Niemcy. Prawie 700 metrów już za nami na prowadzeniu Niemcy, na drugim miejscu osada z Polski.
Well, coming up through 800 metres in, and Robert, it's a very different Deutschland-Akte that we're looking at here.
Thinking, how many times have I said that Germany has been leading a race in the men's eights over the years, and here they are leading the way home in this second heat of the event here in Poznan. Well, 3 members of this crew survived from last year's silver medal crew in the Olympics, but of course let's not omit the fact that they are racing younger and much less experienced opposition here in their heat. In second place, about 2 lengths back, well, that is the Polish under-23 crew, and then, of course, the new India lineup, a further length and a quarter back in third.
Na 1000 metrów zdecydowanie prowadzą Niemcy, to faworyci tego biegu, ale pewnie też niedzielnych finałów. Na drugiej pozycji osada z Polski, to młodzieżowa osada, która w 2021 roku startowała na Młodzieżowych Mistrzostwach Świata w Racicach, i na trzecim miejscu osada z Indii.
Well, after winning the Olympic silver medal, of course, several members of the German crew chose to retire. That gave the opportunity for the squad to bring on new talent, especially the development athletes from the under-23 squad. So 4 members of this German crew have stepped up from last year's under-23 bronze medal crew, and they really are motoring. Germany now at 38 strokes a minute. They've got the best boat speed on the water, and they are increasing their margin stroke by stroke down the third quarter.
As they approach 500 meters to go, as you mentioned, Robert, they're up at 37, 38 strokes per minute, and I'm sure we can expect a sprint from this crew. Good swing, that power really pushing them out. They're cruising by. It's Germany to cross first, and then behind them continues to be that crew from Poland, back the crew from India in the men's 8.
Przygotowująca się do młodzieżowych mistrzostw świata nasza osada 8 mężczyzn na drugim miejscu. Kilka długości łodzi, straty do rozpędzonych Niemców, którzy są wicemistrzami olimpijskimi, choć tu oczywiście nie płyną w całym składzie olimpijskim. Podopieczni trenera Uwe Bendera mają kolosalną przewagę nad pozostałymi rywalami. Na trzecim miejscu ambitni, waleczni Hindusi, którzy przyjechali tu po naukę, ale cieszymy się, że właśnie z tego egzotycznego kraju także są wspaniali wioślarze.
So those under-23 athletes that have moved up into the senior category in the German 8, certainly holding their own, Pete, as they come towards you. It's the final 250, and it's Germany.
Yeah, and they look great out in front as well, doing their best to fill the shoes of the Olympic silver medalist 8 that we've become so used to seeing dominating the 8s field over the last few years. And that's what we're still seeing here, the characteristic green German boat out in front, a few lengths up, this time ahead of Poland, who have a few lengths up on India still. One to go through to the A final. I think there was always no question that it would be Germany from this heat.
Proszę Państwa, ostatni bieścik przedpołudnia już zbliża się do linii mety. Ta pierwsza osada, czyli prawdopodobnie osada niemiecka, bezpośrednio awansuje do finału, a jednak nasze oczy patrzą na polską osadę, która płynie w tej chwili na drugim miejscu, traci około 70 metrów do prowadzących Niemców. Jest to młoda osada, młodzieżowa, dopiero przecierająca swoje szlaki na Pucharze Świata w kategorii seniorów. Proszę Państwa, Polacy zbliżają się do mety na drugim miejscu i czekamy jeszcze na Indię.
So Germany confirmed for the win, and then Poland crossed the line in second. And the last few strokes, we'll see India close out this second heat for the men's 8 and close out our morning batch of racing here on day 2 at the World Rowing Cup in Poznan. Well, folks, that brings to an end this morning's block of racing and all of the heats from this weekend's World Rowing Cup 2 regatta. Exciting stuff. We've seen everybody race at least once now through the course of the 2 days of racing we've had, and we've got an afternoon of repêchages to look forward to later on this afternoon. Of course, for those that aren't familiar with repêchages, that is the second chance saloon or second chance opportunity for athletes who didn't quite make it into their preferred next round from the heats. It's their second chance to give it another go to get in to either the preferred semi-finals or to the A finals. So repêchages kick off this afternoon from 3 o'clock local time here, and we'll run through to the last race at 4:30 local time here in Poznan. So we've got an hour and a half of repêchages to look forward to this afternoon that will sow the seed for tomorrow and Sunday's racing. So lots to look forward to. We're going to have a break for lunch now, so go and get yourselves rehydrated and fed, and we'll be back with you shortly before the first race of this afternoon at 3 o'clock.
Proszę Państwa, zakończyliśmy popołudniową serię wyścigów, czyli biegów eliminacyjnych. Wszystkie osady, które zgłosiły się do Pucharu Świata, miały możliwość, żeby właśnie powalczyć albo o awans do półfinału, do finału, bądź jeżeli im się nie udało, to zawalczą jeszcze dzisiaj w repasażu. Repasaże są to biegi drugiej szansy, gdzie zawodnicy, którzy nie zakwalifikowali się do finału bądź półfinału, będą mieli na to drugą i ostatnią szansę. Proszę Państwa, popołudniową serię repasaży zaczynamy punktualnie o godzinie 15. Bądźcie z nami. Do zobaczenia.